It's 5:30. I'd like to call the Rock County Board of Supervisors meeting to order on this 16th day of October, 2023, and ask Supervisor Zajac to read the invocation and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm using pieces of invocation used at a city council meeting in Florida in October 2016. Let us welcome the challenges of the future we see before us and be undaunted by those yet to be known. May we be mindful of the unity we have in our single yet diverse human family with common values and shared needs. May we work together toward a cleaner environment, safer neighborhoods, stronger schools, and a viable economy with sustained employment opportunities for all who seek them. May we provide for well-trained and equipped firefighters, emergency responders, law enforcement, and our military, and may we never forget their sacrifices. As we forge ahead toward a common good, may we all benefit from the enduring power that can only come from working together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lisa, if you would please call the roll.
Beaver. Bobzine. Here. Baumkamp. Here. Bryan. Here. Clayson. Prairie. Cullen. Here. Davis. Here. Holman. Here. Knutson. Levy. Mawhinney. Here. Peer. Here. Pennycook. Here. Rashkin. Here. Schneider. Here. Schulz. Here. Stevens. Sutherland.
Here.
Sweeney. Tillman. Here. Towns. Here. Whitledge. Wilson.
Here.
Winter. Here. Woodman. Here. Zajac. Here. Zorro.
Here.
Bostwick.
Here.
22 present, 7 absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is for consent agenda. 4A, adoption of agenda. That is the end of the consent agenda.
Any questions on items on the consent agenda? Any objections to items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, consent agenda is approved. Next item, please.
Next item, item 5, public hearing. We do not have a public hearing. Item 6, citizen participation, communications, and announcements. I did not see any sheets that were signed up for people to speak.
Are there any supervisors with announcements tonight? Any supervisors? Supervisor Zorro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sent the board an email, but not everybody has access to their email right now due to technical difficulties. But I've got a resolution I introduced back in June asking for a 0 increase tax option. And so I'm looking to collect 15 signatures. If people are interested, you can see me after the meeting to sign on. We're already halfway there. Thought process is we as individual supervisors don't have the same knowledge and background to figure out how to reduce this 10% tax increase down to some more manageable number. But county staff are the experts. That's what we pay them for. So the idea is we get this on the agenda for a discussion and then potentially offer some sort of compromise, perhaps a 5% increase. Thank you.
Any other supervisors with communications? Anything from staff? I do have one thing, and this is from James in IT. If you're using Wi-Fi tonight, make sure that the connection you are using is the one called RC Secure. RC Secure. The other option is not so reliable. Next item, please.
Next item, item 7, nominations, appointments, and confirmations. We have none. Item 8, recognition of county employees and others. We have none. Item 9, introduction of new resolutions or ordinances by supervisors for referral to appropriate committee.
Any supervisors wishing to introduce a new resolution, please bring it forward at this time. Supervisor Rashkin, are you attempting to make your way up or something else? Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Item 10, reports. We do not have any reports. 11, new business. 11C, review of 2024 recommended budget with county administrator.
Okay, before we get started with that, I do want to make mention of a couple of things. Tonight's meeting format is a little bit different from our typical meetings in that aside from the consent agenda and adjournment, we are voting on nothing tonight. To ensure a smooth flow and that everyone has a chance to speak, we are limiting individuals' time for questions and comments to 10 minutes per supervisor per department. This includes the time taken to ask a question, the time of the response, and if necessary, time to look something up. I want to hear from as many supervisors as possible in an efficient manner, and this will allow for that. If after the meeting you feel you still have questions or need some additional clarification, you may email or call the appropriate department head or Josh to find out what you need, or you could attend the meeting of the committee in question. There is a full month before we adopt the budget, which allows for plenty of time to get answers that you might not get tonight. Okay? I will mention one other thing. Around 7 o'clock, we will take about a 15-minute recess. We are going to have some pizza. So people will have a chance to use the restroom, grab a piece or two, take it back to your spot, and we'll continue on. I know we started a little bit early. Not all of you had a chance to have supper, so hopefully this will take care of that. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to speak into the microphone here. If anybody can't hear me, please let me know. So the process tonight, for those of you who haven't been through this before or it's been a while, whether you have the binder version, the spiral bound version, or you're looking online, we'll go in order by committee that appears in any of those. They're all in the same order on any of those, and there's different documents. And so we'll start, for example, with County Board, and then we'll go to Ag and Land Conservation, and then when we get to Ag and Land, we'll do Extension first, and then Land Conservation. So we'll go through it kind of in that order. I don't intend to read every single word, every bullet point in each department. I'm just going to hit some highlights, things to highlight that I may have talked about last Thursday, to remind you things that we didn't talk about, but are the bigger things going on in each of those departments. And then I will pause at the end of each department, and then that's when you have an opportunity to ask questions. If I'm in the middle of something and you really need to ask a question because you're going to forget, that's fine. The chair will call on you. So just defer to the chair to manage that. So whenever you have questions, it's fine with me. There are several different sections that, depending on which document you're looking at, there's financial summary, there's personnel summary. And I'm just going to focus on the highlights and the administrator's comments. And so if you do have any questions about anything that's in the budget, feel free to ask. I will also say there are some things as we think about the committee structure and the departmental structure within each committee. There may be things that I don't raise because they don't really fit necessarily somewhere. So for example, debt service levy, it isn't really a departmental issue, even though it's a finance kind of a thing. So there may be things that you want to ask about that I don't cover. And if there are, if there are things you want to ask that I haven't covered, feel free to go ahead and ask them when you think it's appropriate, whenever committee department you think that goes in. We did add several different sections to finance this year to make sure we covered things like health insurance and wellness and recognition. So there's a little more information that we'll get through when we get to the finance committee. So I guess before I just dive right in, I want to make sure there's anybody have any questions about process or anything they want to ask. All right. So I will start then with the administrator's comments for County Board and just highlight a few items there. So no revenue in the county board account expenditures. The amount budgeted for per diems in 2024 is $118,000. That is a reduction from the 2023 budget just based on trends and experience where per diems have been lower than the budget for the last several years. So reducing those to account for that. Probably the biggest change in the county board's budget is the addition of the Wisconsin County Utility Tax Association dues that were taken out last year. The Finance Committee met after the presentation. We had the full board and moved that we put those back in, and so I've done so. That amount is $9,556. And as you'll see in the comments there, I just try to note the magnitude of what we get. $4.2 million in 2024, which is over half of the total shared revenue we get. That's going up $439,000, or about 10% in 2024. So just keep that in mind as you consider not whether you think that's a worthwhile expenditure. Also in this budget is the cost for training, mostly the Counties Association Conference, and there's $9,320 for that. There are some things going down. Office supplies is going down just a little bit, just as mostly for a reduction in paper over time. So overall, the county board tax levy, $175,853, an increase of only $650, less than 1%. Questions on the county board account?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question is regarding the Wisconsin Counties Utility Tax Association dues, $9,556. We paid $0 in 2023, correct?
Correct.
In 2022, it was how much?
It was approximately, it was 8,000 some dollars. I can't remember the exact number, but it was 8,000 some. It's based on a percentage of how much utility aid we get, and so since our aid has gone up in '24, the dues would go up as well.
And in the budget discussion last year, when we voted to eliminate that expense, we shifted that money to CASA. Are we taking that money away from CASA now to finance this, or are we just increasing taxes to finance this?
The recommended budget includes that money for CASA.
So CASA was not cut to pay to add this back in?
Correct.
How are we paying for that increase?
Well, just like everything else, when there's something that increases, there's either an increase in taxes, or there is another source of revenue to pay for it, or there's a reduction elsewhere. So it is challenging to answer the question about a single increase and how are we paying for that single increase. The entire budget together is a package of things. It includes more taxes, more federal revenue, lots of other things, reductions, so forth. So it's a part of the package.
When was the last time the county board had a change in their per diems?
That is a question I do not remember. It's been some time.
Possibly 2006?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
My question on that is, now obviously we can't change our own per diems. You can only change it for the next board that would be elected next year in April.
Correct.
But my question on that is it legally permissible that if we were to offer an amendment on that we could align the compensation for the board to be aligned with taxpayers? So for example, if the taxpayers are having a better year, a tax decrease, for example, is it legally permissible to pay the board a bonus, whereas if you're raising taxes substantially, you don't pay that bonus?
Yeah, I suppose so, as long as it is determined in advance, as you said. I mean, whatever structure the board wants to use to compensate itself in advance of the election, I suppose that it could do. It would just need to be real clear about what the variables were so that, one of the intents of making sure that things are established in advance is not only so that the board cannot pay itself, the current board cannot pay the current board, but also so that members who are taking out papers know what the situation is. So it just have to be, I would think, clear from public policy perspective.
Is there anything you want to add, Mr. Greenlee, in terms of restrictions we should be aware of?
This is not really the forum to answer those kinds of legal analysis. And so per diems and compensation have a number of pretty complex rules behind them. For instance, it's identified about how and who can get a salary versus who can get a per diem versus who can get reimbursed for expenses. And those things are all different, and there are state statutes that govern them. If there are specific questions about those that I can address via memorandum or at a different meeting, I'm happy to do it. But this is for questions about what's in the budget and why for the county administrator.
Thank you.
Supervisor Towns?
Mr. Chair. Just one clarifying question, Josh, and it's about the Wisconsin Counties Utility Tax Association and their lobby efforts. And I just want to be clear in my mind and in the other supervisor's mind that our increase in our receiving the shared utility payments was because we had an increase in utility sales. It wasn't necessarily, see, we weren't even a member. It wasn't because we were a member.
Correct, right, yes, I think the way to think about it, yes, is exactly right.
It's not a direct relationship there.
Right, that's correct, right, the way to think about it is whether or not the board thinks that indirectly or over time, those things do increase because there's participation in a statewide group that lobbies or tries to change state law to increase the amount of public utility aids coming back to the county.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions before we go to the next section? Okay, Josh?
Okay, so we'll go to Ag Land Conservation section next, and UW Extension is the first department up. So under expenditures, the largest expenditure for UW Extension is our contracted services line item, which is our share of the cost of the UW Extension educators. In 2024, that's going to be $197,000, which is about a 4% increase, as those staff are getting an increase through their state rules of about that amount. Overall, that equals about 4.5 FTE educators and a 0.4 program assistant, which is $46,247 per 1.0 FTE educator. And on the next page, you can see how those break down. As we continue our regional effort with Jefferson and Walworth, we've sort of expanded that, and you can see the list there that we share educators with other counties even now, including Dodge and Dane. And so those are all split up as you see in the comments there. Overall, that's the biggest issue to point out in the extension budget. There's some moving around of some funds between different accounts. Travel and training's down, for example, while office supplies is up due to just some supply needs. So overall extension, $360,827, which is 2.8% increase over the prior year. Any questions about UW Extension?
Questions for Josh? Hey, Josh, go ahead.
Next is land conservation. So revenue, the department gets revenue from several sources. Decrease in federal aid, we had received a grant for several years for personnel for water quality initiatives that we're no longer receiving, so there's a decrease in federal aid there. State aid is also going down due to some changes in the state budget. Fees are also included in land conservation budget. Those are actually going up a little bit. We get $114,000 budgeted there, which is about an 8.8% increase for a variety of issues that you can see in the document itself. The groundwater nitrate project has another budget of $18,000, which is the same as prior years. There's a fund balance that's been set aside in years past to fund those issues, which still has about $85,000 in it as at the end of 2022. Always like to point out the PACE program, or the Purchase of Agricultural Conservation Easements here. Next year, we're anticipating 4 ag easement applications, which will cost just under $1 million. That's an increase over what we typically see. Typically, it's 2 per year, but some of those are being rolled over to 2024. And you can see the various funding sources. $200,000 in sales tax has been provided for many years to help fund this. There's also federal aid for these applications. New in 2024 is the lease revenue of over $62,000 that's from the Alliant Solar Farm out at the county complex. So you can see those sources add up into a sort of a fund that funds the PACE program. The fund balance in the PACE account is just under $500,000. Other sources of revenue for things, in land conservation out of the county farm, there's a farm lease for the rental of farmland out there, community gardens, and the test plot site for sale of crops. Excuse me. Overall, county farm revenue does offset costs elsewhere in the county budget. Expenditures, you can see a variety of expenditures. I won't go through detail there. The one personnel item I did want to mention in land conservation is a reclassification of a county conservation specialist 2 to a specialist 3. That's a cost of $1,239. I would note here, this is one of the few personnel actions that I am recommending in the 2024 budget. Generally speaking, most personnel actions I have not recommended because they were mostly appeals that were unsuccessful through the wage grid appeals process. Because they were denied through the process the board has set up, I felt that it wasn't right to go ahead and just turn around 2 weeks later and recommend that we do something different. But in this case, this is not that. What has happened here is we had a senior conservation specialist retire. That was sort of the top staffer out there. And now, in order to take on some more of those duties, we're moving up a different staff person, one level to a conservation specialist 3 to take on more responsibility. So it seemed like an appropriate thing to do to help manage the department. Overall tax levy for land conservation, just over $200,000, increase of about $22,000 or 12.2%. Questions?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 14, it talks about, within this budget, including observation, business well sampling, conduct testing of water samples in the certified lab at Public Health. My question is, are we double budgeting for water testing in this budget and the Public Health Department budget?
I don't believe we're double budgeting.
It was also brought to my attention that the county owns lakefront property and we're in the landlord business. It's doing like a residential lease. Is that part of this department? And if not, which department is that?
So we do have a lease at Gibbs Lake County Park, which may be what you're referencing. So that would come up under the parks part of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Josh?
All right, next is Public Health Department and the Board of Health tab. So overall, in revenue, you may have noticed, if you were paying close attention, over the past several years, there's been a fair amount of COVID ARPA monies that have been direct to the Public Health Department, as in addition to the ARPA monies that the County Board has approved for public health to fund staff. And so what we've tried to do is we've tried to use the department-specific ARPA monies to pay for staff, because that was sort of, for that purpose, going away sooner. So we tried to use that money that, for example, in 2023, was mostly with department-specific ARPA money. And then once we use that, then we're shifting back to that countywide ARPA money. So that has reserved more of that countywide ARPA funds. And so you can see in 2024, just over $500,000 in the public health specific ARPA funds will be in this budget, and over in future years. One of the things we'll talk about with our ARPA monies is sort of the management of that and making sure that we spend those funds by the end of 2026. You can see there's a fee schedule at the back of the comments here. Overall, environmental health fees are going up generally by about 3.3%. As you can see, there's differences. Sanitarian permits overall are decreasing, whereas public facility permits, general immunization fees, and lab service fees are budgeted to increase in aggregate. So those will increase revenue for the department. Expenditures, other contracted services, that's increasing by $8,100. That is to increase the funds for our interns that were previously funded from ARPA funds, so use the ARPA funds when we could to pay for the interns. But one thing I've tried to not do is cut things like that are kind of personnel related and internships. I tried not to cut throughout the county, as we're in a workforce situation where keeping that pipeline open as best we can, I think, is a good idea. And so I'm recommending that we use use different funds instead of the ARPA funds to keep that, keep those interns. Software maintenance is budgeting decreased a little bit. The department's trying to save some money by reducing some of the software products they use and redirecting those to purchase of some software packages that might be a little more useful to them. The building lease is decreasing by $21,000 or 11.7% due to phasing out of the Eclipse Center office. And as I think many of you know, we'll be replacing that with some program space in the Beloit Public Library. Grant funds are always a big issue in the health department to offset staff costs. There's over $400,000 in grant funds that offset staff costs in the budget, which is about a 6.2% decrease, just due to the vagaries of which grants are expiring and which new grants we get from time to time. So in certain years, that goes down when we have grants. Actually, the staff costs go down to the county because we have grants that fund those. The flip side of that is that in the other years, when we lose those grants, it goes up. And sometimes it's just that we have to kind of continue to try to manage with the staff that we have. Overall, given the tax levy increase that we'd see in the health department, I'm recommending that we hold open a public health data scientist position to generate some levy savings. I've not recommended that we delete that position. The department is pursuing some grants that would need that skill set to receive the funding that they're seeking. And so if they do get that funding, then we'd have the possibility of being able to use that grant funding for this position in 2024. Overall public health levy is just over $3.3 million, which is an increase of $285,000 or 9.3% over the prior year. Questions?
Supervisor Davis.
I was curious as to why there was a decrease in the recommended amount for fringe benefits. Page 9.
Let's see. Oh, okay. I think that's likely to the position that is being held open. That would be a reduction not only in wages, but in benefits as well.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zorro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 8, I see that the FTEs are 42.5 in 2023, and they're also at 42.5 in 2024. What is our pre-pandemic FTEs? So like 2019, for example?
Yeah, that's a good question that I do not know the answer to off the top of my head. Yeah, I would have to look and see what the that was in 2019, unless Randy can find that. 33.2 FTE in 2019. Thank you, Randy.
What is the reason we're keeping FTEs at post-pandemic levels, considering that we're already getting rid of our PPE equipment? You know, we sold off our trailers. There was a PPE-related COVID stuff in the medical examiner's garage we got rid of. Why are we getting rid of the equipment, but yet we're keeping the people?
In general, the ARPA funding that pays for public health staff right now is focused on not COVID response per se, but COVID recovery. So those funds are intended to help the county be in a better place for future, I won't say necessarily only future pandemics, but right, to recover in a way that keeps the county healthier. I think one of the things that we know happened during the pandemic was that people were impacted more negatively, for example, because they were not as healthy as others. And we happen to have, fairly robust issues in this county with regard to obesity, for example, or other things that generally affect the health of people. And so one of the things that federal ARPA funds can be used for is COVID recovery, and that would be to help us be in a better place from a healthier county perspective going forward. So those funds eventually will go away, and then the board will be faced with discussions about what to do with those staff at that time.
Were we not concerned with those issues like obesity in 2019 and prior?
Yes, we were concerned, and they have been issues for longstanding issues. There's only so much money to go around, and so I think one of the strategies is to, while we have the ARPA money that helps fund some of these things, to use it for several years to try to make a dent in some of those issues countywide.
On page 12, under expenditures, the last bullet point talks about grant program funds. It says here that we have a decrease of 26,644 from the prior year due to less grant funding. And when I brought this issue up in the past, the response was, well, when the grant goes away, the expenses go away with it. Which grants specifically are going to be less funded?
Let me see if I can find that for you. Do you have it?
Series of, and Katrina's here too, but, so we have, I'm looking at the budget submission, chronic disease prevention, emergency quarantine funds, COVID immunization supplement. Oh, I'm sorry, that continues. UW partnership.
Are we able to get that in the microphone so people at home can hear it?
Say in the microphone. So, and I will just say while Randy's making his way to the podium, to clarify, I think what we say is that when grant funds go away, then the board has a decision to make about whether to continue the FT. It's not that they automatically go away. And I think the distinction I was trying to make in my comments earlier about the Board of Health or the Department of Public Health in particular is that because they have so many grants that are a one-year grant and they're constantly sort of churning through different grants to try to meet the strategic objectives they have, that there might be a year that they're down a grant, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we would want to lay off somebody, because the next year they'll get more grants again, right? We want that continuity of staff to be able to continue to provide those services. So I'd say in public health more than other departments, certainly human services notwithstanding, this sort of, because of the volume of grants they receive, it's more of an issue from year to year that it's going to go up and down. But go ahead, Randy.
So, okay, so the grants that are ending for next year include chronic disease prevention, emergency quarantine funds, public health workforce supplement, UW partnership, qualitative data, and then there's several new grants that are coming online that weren't in effect for this year. They're going into next year.
Is the UW partnership the doula program?
Yes. Katrina's shaking her head, yes.
And are these grants used to fund wages?
So sometimes they are, and that was the comment I made about, in the bullet point there, about grant program funds offsetting staff costs for administration of various grants. So depending on the grant, they may include staff time.
Can we use these grants to also fund the benefits such as insurance and, all the added on costs that are not wages?
Yes, depending on the grant.
And the 26,644, that's a net. So that's your new grants that are coming online minus the old grants that are going away. And overall, we're net negative.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Others, Supervisor Holman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Josh, a question about interns. I know that you like the intern program. With the reduction of funding that is soon to curtail to us, are you looking at growing, or will the program with our interns slowly be diminished because of the lack of fund, or do we want to keep this program functioning, or where are we going with it? I think it's a good program, which you indicated. Just wondered about where we go forward after ARPA goes away.
Yeah, so generally speaking, about interns, right? All things being equal, it's good to have pipelines to your workforce, right? And I think interns, in several departments, not just talking about the health department, have found interns as a useful way to introduce people to what the county does and have a future workforce pipeline. I think, like everything, you look at every year as to can you afford certain things, and in 2024, actually in 2024, the ARPA money for this intern program we're talking about has gone away. So this will be, non-ARPA funds here, and I felt like it was worthwhile to try to keep as much of that as possible in the budget. Next year, who knows, what will be a priority.
Others? Continue, Josh, please.
So next is County Board Staff Committee, and we'll start with the county administrator's budget. So just in expenditures, so just as a reminder, this is where we budget for the county's diversity, equity, and inclusion functions, including $20,000 for training that we've had now for the same amount for several years. We also pay 25% of the costs of the administrative professional 3 position in the Human Resources Department. So we're actually getting our money's worth right now with Haley out on leave, and we're using HR staff time to help support us there. One thing that I mentioned during the presentation on Thursday is the $50,000 in sales tax that I'm recommending be put in the budget here for one-time consulting services. Again, to reiterate that discussion, knowing that the board has an interest in improving the way that we communicate and engage with our employees and the public, but knowing that we don't want to put full-time resources to that. This was, I guess, my middle ground recommendation to try to have some resources to help us get some help in this area by bringing in somebody to consult on any number of things, as I said, analyzing our social media presence, templates for communication, recruitment videos for departments, general engagement with our employees and the public. These are all sort of under the communication umbrella that I think we all acknowledge we'd like to do better on. So this was my suggestion for maybe how we try to address that in 2024. Again, noting that I believe is consistent with strategic goals and objectives about improving transparency and access to county information and developing a plan to attract and retain employees. So overall, recommended tax levy in the administrator's office, $878,829. That's a $32,000 or 3.8% increase. Questions on the administrator's office budget?
Supervisor Zajac?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without the inclusion of the $50,000 for your consulting, for the consulting fees, there's then an $18,000 decrease overall for the department, which is mostly personnel. I guess where did we lose? Where did we find some money?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part?
Where did we find reductions?
Yeah, so just to make the distinction, in the overall, the $32,000 increase is levy only. So even without the $50,000, it's still a $32,000 increase in the levy part of the budget because sales tax doesn't count in there. So I will say that most of that is due to personnel increases. There were some reductions we made in several line items like training, for example, and other things. But yeah, that would be a personnel-related increase.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zorl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few county board meetings ago, we voted to move emergency management personnel from the sheriff's office budget into the county administrator budget. However, when I look at the emergency management department, it shows that we were currently at 2 and we're staying at 2. So the question is, where's the increase going? Are we adding to your budget to pay for that? Are we subtracting from the sheriff's department, which where it left? How's it being paid for? Because I don't even see it in this table.
So in the emergency management, the new emergency management department would be in a separate department in the PS&J section. So if you're looking PS&J, that would show what the total cost is there in PS&J. And so yes, there would be, the sheriff's office would see a reduction of a couple $100,000 for what was budgeted in 2023, because that is no longer in the sheriff's budget. And if you look in the emergency management section, we get there, you'll see an increase of a couple $100,000 plus in levy, plus the other costs. So it won't show up at all here in the administrator's office budget because it's conceptualized as it's a separate department, just like the other departments.
Is it displayed incorrectly then, where it shows that current FTEs in emergency management's at 2? Because they weren't actually in that department, they were in the sheriff's department. In other words, how do we account for the fact that we added 2 FTEs? Where would it show in the budget? The
So
delta?
you're saying later on in emergency management, in
Yes.
personnel, it's showing there's currently 2, and then there's.
It shows there was previously 2, it shows there's currently 2. It looks like there's no change.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering, where is that delta? Because I would have expected to see it show up here in the county administrator budget.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in the administrator's budget. It would be if there was a, and again, I'd have to get back to the PS&J section to see that, and we'd have to look and see whether or not we thought about that right way. For example, 0 to 2 in the emergency management department, and a reduction of 1 in the sheriff's office budget, for example, right? Because the incumbent in that position is staying, as we know, in emergency management, and there is another position. So we'd have to look into see if, how that actually is portrayed, and if it's portrayed intuitively for the board or not.
And then how is the $20,000 DEI money typically spent?
Yeah, it's professional development, so various trainings and professional development opportunities. I mean, that's the intent of it. So yeah, I'd say that is far and away what that's for.
Do you have approximate breakdown by vendor?
No, I do not. And it changes from year to year.
How about for this year so far?
I could not tell you how much per vendor or which vendors.
You've got 6 positions in this department. How many of those are vacant right now?
There is 1 position vacant.
And which position's vacant?
That would be the the former equity manager position. New title, as I said the other day, equity strategist, equity and engagement strategist.
And what is the cost of that position right now? Salary plus fringe benefits?
Yeah, I don't have that at my fingertips. I believe that we looked at that before. It was probably $115,000 maybe. That sounds, as an approximation. I mean, certainly, I know there'll be an interest in making some changes there. So by the time we get to amending the budget, certainly make sure that everybody knows what that number is for motions.
The 110, 115, was that before or after the wage increases?
Yeah, that was the number I had in my head from, this current year's budget. So Randy will make a note and we will get that number out to everybody.
I think it was a notch above 120 before the increase, so we're probably closer to what, like 130 now?
We will get you the number.
All right, thank you.
Others? Josh, next, please.
Next is Corporation Counsel. So you see in the expenditures, there's a cost allocation from Child Support and Human Services that reduces, that actually pays for the costs of the attorneys that are dedicated to both those functions. And so Corporation Counsel's office gets an allocation of over $900,000 from those two departments. There's also an allocation to pay for the risk manager position from the Workers' Compensation Fund. And you can see there's just a couple of other minor changes, some decreased costs for software maintenance and training. Overall, the tax levy is $536,483, which is a $48,000 or a 9.9% increase over the prior year. Questions?
Supervisor Zorra?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 536 that's left in this account that's not allocated out to other departments, how many FTEs does that pay for?
3, so it'd be myself, Deputy Corporation Counsel, and the legal assistant.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Josh, go ahead.
Human Resources is next. Not many changes in Human Resources Department budget either. Just a couple to note. Travel and training are up a little bit to send folks out to the Ceridian Conference, which is the Dayforce, our new HR and payroll system, as we're trying to continue to make sure we're understanding how that works and implementing that. Also chargebacks to other departments for work here and other funds, Health Insurance Fund, Rockhaven for some recruiting and hiring. And then I mentioned the Administrator's Office earlier. So overall, tax levy is just over $790,000, which is a $54,000 or 7.4% increase. Questions?
Supervisor Zorl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any vacancies in these 8 positions right now?
Well, currently, because we just, prior to Amy in the director position, Amy's assistant director position is vacant.
Is that the only one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Josh, go ahead.
So on the Education and Veterans Committee tab, the only department we have here is the Veterans Services Office. So overall, state is increasing reimbursement through the CVSO grant. So that's going up to $17,875, which is a $3,500 increase to 25%. Second year in a row that has gone up from the state. Expecting also increase in donation revenue. There's 2 different donation-related accounts for the Veterans Service Office. One is just a contributions account that the department operates. That'll have a fund balance of about almost $32,000. The Veterans Relief Account is a statutorily required account. This is what the Veterans Service Commission exists to help approve expenditures for. Overall, in that fund balance, we levy expenditures every year for that. This year, as in some prior years, depending on the fund balance, I will recommend that we appropriate money from the fund balance to be spent, and that's what the $4,754 represents here. So there's no levy in that. The projected fund balance remains over $8,000 in that account. So overall, both of those contributions accounts are used for different purposes, but similar, to provide things to veterans that they might need, things like gas vouchers, in some cases, housing, or clothing to get ready for a job interview, different things like that. So a variety of things to help the veterans when they can't find funding elsewhere. Expenditures, the big change in the department, of course, is the new facility. I mentioned that Thursday. So overall, building lease is going up over $70,000 due to the consolidation of the 2 Veteran Services locations into the new facility on Center Avenue. And we've been over before the benefits of that. There are other costs for that are in the facilities management budget, which I will touch on when I get there. Overall, recommended tax levy is almost $450,000. That's a $113,000 increase, or a 33% increase over the prior year. Questions?
Questions? Supervisor Zorl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any vacancies in this department right now?
I do not believe so, no. Paul's shaking his head no.
And then on page 6, under expenditures, the first bullet point, it says the account is up $70,282. That means an incremental increase. So from where we were at before, which was 20.
Correct.
So that would be over 90,000 for the lease, right?
Yep, the total lease cost in the budget will be around $90,000.
That would match the slide you had on Thursday. However, in the General Services Committee, when we approved it, it was closer to 60. What is the reason for that $30,000 difference?
I'm not sure what the difference would be without going back and looking some more. I mean, I know there are some costs in a portion of the lease related costs we've had in there before are related to facilities management time for maintenance of the facility. But I don't know, the 60,000 number just doesn't ring a bell for me right away. I'd have to go back and look. Brent, does that ring a bell for you? And then do you have any sense of what the 60, what was the 60 representing our estimate at the time of the total? And that was updated to 70? Is that what that probably was? Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, right, so my error, it sounds like, and that 70 is the total cost and not the 90.
I know when we originally discussed it, we said it was 50. So is with those CAM charges, is that taking it from about, and then when we actually approved the lease, it was actually closer to 60. I think it was like 62. So is the 70 with the CAM charges?
70, sounds like the 70 includes the CAM charges, and right, so the 70 includes everything that would be under the lease costs, it sounds like now.
So right now, we're about 20,000 over budget, based on what it actually would cost, right? We could cut the budget 20,000 and we'd be okay?
I'd have to look back and see what we actually included in the budget, whether the $90,000 was just in my head and I put it in there, or whether the 90,000 was actually included or not. So I'd have to look and see.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Josh, go ahead.
So Finance Committee is next. We'll start with the Finance Department. Now, a whole lot of change in the Finance Department. Again, a little bit of training increase for the Ceridian related Dayforce conference. Several cost allocations here as well that reduce costs for administering several different functions. Overall, tax levy is $1,185,457, which is a 5% increase over the prior year. Questions on the Finance Department?
Seeing none, Josh, go ahead.
Next is Information Technology. So several allocations here as well. Rock IT is funded in revenue from other county departments based on the number of computers assigned. So overall, in '24, about $2.9 million is budgeted from charges to other departments, which is just a way of trying to allocate the costs of the IT department amongst the many departments. Likewise, for telephone system, we get $362,000 in costs from the departments for funding the phone system. There's several one-time capital projects in the budget funded from sales tax. So this year it's just over $790,000, and you can see what the list is there. If you flip to the page there that starts to list them, just run down them real quick. The first one that's called laptop purchase replacement of $435,000. That's the annual cycle of replacements for the county's laptops. And so that number fluctuates from year to year depending on how many laptops we have to replace, but generally speaking, that's an annual type purchase that goes towards replacing outdated laptops. Wireless access points, so that is so we can all have Wi-Fi wherever we are, but it is not wherever we are, as some of you experience as well when you go into other buildings, like in my office, for example. That doesn't quite reach from the hallway into my office. Sometimes I think that's purposeful, but I know Jim wouldn't do that to me. So the 145 that's here is really mostly for replacement of access points that are outdated. We would like, if we had enough money, to expand our wireless footprint throughout county facilities, but there's just given the cost and priorities that will remain elusive for now. $42,000 for the YubiKey security authentication hardware. So this is related to our multi-factor authentication that you've heard about recently on a couple different occasions. So this is just transitioning to a new model that will give us a significantly better return on investment. Some of you already have this new piece of equipment, and we're going to be transitioning beginning next year on a larger scale. Spillman is our law enforcement record system, and we need some new servers for there. So that's $60,000. Some backup storage, that's the Veeam backup storage of almost $40,000 for our backup site. A backup internet connection is split between sales tax and tax levy. That's, again, for backup internet connection out to the Dr. Williams Center for our backup systems. Some new switches for 13.8 kind of rounds out our sales tax funded costs in IT. A couple operational costs of note that are funded through the levy. Email security upgrades for our new firewall, $97,000, and then $10,000 for an asset management project to get a handle on managing all of our assets. One thing I am recommending that we do is enter into a managed services contract with AVI. I think as we have experienced over the last several years, the amount of audiovisual technology in all of our county buildings is increasing. And by going to this managed services contract, we're actually going to save money rather as compared to how we would have each sort of contract that we enter into would have its own sort of piece there for support. By consolidating that, we're going to save about $25,000 next year. The department did ask for several personnel requests, and as I noted earlier, I'm not recommending those at this time that are related to the reclassifications. There is one that I am recommending, which is taking a .4 Service Support Specialist 1 position, and that'll replace, currently that's a seasonal position. Seasonal positions, project positions are time limited to give us time to see if we actually need that function. So we've decided we do, .4 position, so I'm recommending that we turn that into a permanent part-time position. Overall, tax levy for IT is $4.9 million. That's an increase of $370,000 or 8.1%. As we've talked about in prior years, one of the reasons that you see the IT levy go up, and there are several reasons. One, we've consolidated services from other departments, so over the years you've seen it go up there as more of those costs are in IT. But another one is about subscriptions and licenses. So as we've talked recently about things in the cloud and the benefit that provides to us by having our applications in the cloud, it used to be that we would all house those locally on servers, and we'd use sales tax to buy a server, and then several years later we'd have to replace it, and we'd use sales tax because it's a capital item to buy a server, and we don't do that nearly as much anymore. So we've had to not be able to use sales tax for that because it's an operational cost. And so that's one reason that you've seen the shift in funding for IT over the last several years. Questions about the Rock IT budget?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you expand on what you just said about operational costs and using sales tax? Because I thought we did use sales tax for operational costs.
Right. So I'm talking more about the principle and the policy than about, for example, last year when I recommended using some for Rockhaven that were, again, brought back out after the rate increase, which we'll talk about momentarily here again. So, right, the policy, the Finance Committee's policy, which has been endorsed essentially by the board, is to the maximum degree possible using sales tax funds for capital projects. We sort of expand that a little bit to say capital and one-time projects, so as not to subsume the sales tax in the operational budget, to keep it available as much as possible for those one-time and capital costs. There was, since 2011, the one time that we did make that change was, as you recall, last year's budget, where we did approve some to Rockhaven, which subsequently, when the rate increases came, we didn't need that. We pulled that back out.
You've got 33.4 FTEs. How many are vacant right now?
Now, Jim, do you remember off the top of your head just one vacancy currently?
Which one's vacant?
Systems analyst or systems administrator 1. Yep, and there's a process we're beginning to undertake to recruit for that position.
The $4.9 million in this budget, does any of that cover cyber event insurance?
The cyber insurance is paid for out of our public and liability account, so not out of the IT budget.
What department is that?
That's in the countywide section of the budget under the Finance Committee.
Would it be prudent to have anything budgeted additional in this department for cyber events next year?
Well, I mean, I think, of course, it would always be prudent to spend more money on cybersecurity. As I said the other night, the county really has spent a lot of money on cybersecurity over the past several years, and so I'm sure more would be welcome. You know, it's a matter of, the way that I think about it is trying to spend enough to mitigate and not, as I said the other night, eliminate the possibility that we might have some sort of cyber event occur. I think the challenge here is that, just like in other departments, I used to use another example, right? When there's a child death, in CPS or for a client that we have in human services, for example, which is a horrible thing to have happen. And sometimes we'll say, gosh, we should have put more money into ensuring that doesn't happen. Why aren't we putting more money into CPS? And the answer is, well, you just cannot eliminate these things, right? We try to be prudent as we can without, if we put all of our money into cybersecurity, we wouldn't have as much money for human services, and it's a balance, right? So could we put more money in? Sure. And if the board decides you want to, then, we can make adjustments elsewhere in the budget, right? But, there is some in here, as I mentioned, the firewall is intended to address that. I would say that the backup systems and the backup connections we have in here are intended to address that. But of course, there's always more that you could do.
What is Rock County spending on IT relative to other counties of our size?
I don't have that information off the top of my head.
You will get back to me on that.
We can see what might be readily available and we'll see what we can find.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Supervisor Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just a comment on the YubiKey security. I find it kind of curious that it's talking about hardware currently costing $25, and at the end of their lifespan, when they have a 2-year lifespan, the project will go to a different model that's got 20 years for $45. I can't imagine that we'll be using the same laptops or anything. Like, are these keys transferable? And I would think they'd have eventually a different method of using it. It's just too easy for us to, lose track of it or whatever, or the way it hangs out here can get damaged in some way. Any comments on that?
Yeah, I think the way to interpret this is right. I mean, I think the technology changes. Technology is not going to be the same in 20 years from now. I think the way to interpret this is that these are much more durable and cost effective, and that will have a longer lifespan. Right now, 2 years. We keep our laptops at least 3 years, maybe 4, depending if we get extended warranty. And so, the idea there is that for the life of a laptop, we'll certainly have it, and we'll have it as long as it lasts. But whether it lasts 20 years or whether we have different technology in 20 years is hard to say. But if we have it for 4 years, then it will be worth the investment because of the life of the return on investment being in 4 years.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor Peer. I don't know the last time I've used mine because you can actually have a code sent to your phone now to log in, and you can even get in with a QR code. So I guess I'm just wondering, do we even need the key?
Yeah, so there's a couple answers to that. So one is that, for county staff at least, we don't ask them to use their county phone for county purposes. And so we try to provide a YubiKey for every county staff member who doesn't have a county phone. I don't have one because I use my county phone in the way you describe. And as a matter of fact, what we have in the budget here is excluding people like myself who have a county phone and can still use that to try to save costs. Eventually, there might be an advantage to having one of those myself. So, for example, if I'm somewhere that doesn't have Wi-Fi and I'm trying to get in, that creates, I have to use my hotspot to get in, and then I can get my code. The YubiKeys don't require that, and so you can get in without having Wi-Fi access. So there are advantages to it, but you're right. For those of us that have phones that don't want to use one, we don't, and that saves us some money.
Others? Seeing none, Josh, go ahead, please.
County clerk is next. So there's several different revenue sources in the clerk's office. Marriage license fees next year anticipated to decrease. There's several things going on next year around elections, with 4 elections. So election revenue will increase some. There's also an increase in the clerk fees line item, as we're expecting more revenue as passport photo fee increases. We try to keep our passport-related fees for photos, for example, comparable with others in the community that provide that fee, so we're not undermining or our local private providers on those things as well. So the fee is going up a little bit to try to match what's out in the community. Biggest thing going on in the clerk's budget is related to elections. So we're in the most expensive year, the 4-year election cycle. So ballot costs are going up by $80,000 to $115,000. Legal notices also go up as well. So you see really a 4-year funding cycle in the clerk's budget related to elections. The personnel change that's requested related to elections is the creation of a 1.0 FTE election specialist position. So I think what is going on here, and I think that you all probably can imagine this to be the case, the focus and the sort of the attention on elections has increased significantly recently, where there's a lot of attention on the clerk and her staff for administering an election appropriately. So I am going to recommend that we create this election specialist position in 2024 to try to provide more resources that, again, the goal here is to give the public confidence that the election's being run well. And I think the resource is necessary to give us confidence that that happens. It's not that I think the staff couldn't run the election without it, but I just think it's necessary to really make sure that we aren't overtaxing the office and we put ourselves in a negative position. So overall, the cost of that position is over $72,000. I will say that there is a staff vacancy expected, so we've made some reductions to the personnel lines to account for a vacancy sometime next year, and then we'll evaluate 2025 what the personnel roster looks like going forward. So overall, the tax levy for the clerk's office is $343,000. That's a $112,000 increase, and most of that is due to elections. Questions?
Supervisor Stevens?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the total cost is $72,000. That includes benefits, fringe benefits? Is that in that
Yes.
total? Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Cullen?
Thank you, Chair. Josh, is there any indication from past behavior on these elections that there might be some kind of an issue, or are you, I get the feeling you might be fixing something that's not broke?
I would say that is a fair way to describe it, right? There has been no experience in the past where we think there's a problem. I'm trying to anticipate fixing something before it breaks in a way, and in a way that to give the clerk the ability to be proactive in managing the election.
Will the stuff being done at the state level affect our ability to perform at the county level?
I would defer to the clerk on that.
So the state makes our jobs very interesting. If you don't have guidance at the state level, then we have to pick up the slack at the county level. And we have a high turnover in municipal clerks right now. So a lot of that training ends up in our office also. It's higher than I've ever seen it, and I've been doing elections since 2010. So we needed extra resources to make sure everyone is trained and up to task.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which positions are vacant right now in the department?
There are no positions vacant currently.
None are vacant right now.
Correct.
Is the elections specialist position intended to be temporary just for 2024, and then in the 2025 budget, it's eliminated?
I would not go so far as to say that's the intent. I think the intent is that it's a needed position in '24, and that depending on what happens, there are elections every year, and it may be that the reason I put the comment in about evaluating the personnel roster as we go to '25 is to see exactly that. Is it that the election specialist position is a position that would stay, that would, help the clerk in the office do other things, and maybe, if there's a vacancy among a county clerk assistant, for example, that's something we evaluate. So right now, I would say there's no definitive plan for '25, but I think we need to see what happens in '24 to know what's best for the office.
What's the reason we didn't have this position in the '23 budget?
Well, we did have discussions in the '23 budget about creating this position, which is why, but I did not end up recommending it, and, in conversations with the clerk, decided that, having this position in place in '24 would make a lot more sense. But you will remember that this was a position in anticipation of an action like this being recommended, was included in the wage grid. So even though we didn't have the position authorized, it is in the wage grid as we're anticipating this discussion. So that would be, my rationale for why we did it 24 instead of 23.
And this is perhaps more of a question for Lisa, but what is the job description for an election specialist?
So they're going to specialize more in working with the election pieces of that. So like I do the ballot design and ballot programming for the machines and all of that. And I'm doing the majority of the training. So I'm a state trainer and I train all over the county. So I need someone to help take over some of those skills to make sure we have a good, strong backup in case something would happen. And elections cover a huge, huge part of what our department does, especially in a year with a presidential election.
What does this position do when there's not a pending election, in between elections?
So there's always work to be done. So we also have, you would imagine we're not doing any elections this year, but we are. We are prepping our systems. We are doing upgrades. We are doing tons of trainings. We are always working on elections, even though it doesn't seem like we are. There's tons of work that needs to be done that's being done in the background all the time.
Thank you.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
Treasurer's office is next. Several different sources of revenue in the treasurer's budget. There's the payment in lieu of taxes for lands that are owned by the state. We get a little bit of money for that. Interest and penalties on delinquent taxes. We're budgeted $1.4 million, which is the same amount as 2023. Interest on investments. So this is where all of our investment revenue is housed in the treasurer's budget. So we're imagining that we'll get $2 million in 2024, which is an increase of $250,000 from what the '23 budget included. There's charges to the municipalities for collecting property taxes, and then the revenue from selling delinquent properties, tax delinquent properties, which is going down a bit. And there's some changes, of course, as the Finance Committee knows about some of the laws and case law around delinquent properties. Overall for expenditures, not a whole lot changing here, as you can see. So overall summary, there's over $3 million of revenue in excess of expenditures, which is just under a 2% increase. That funding goes to offset costs elsewhere in the county budget. Any questions on the treasurer's budget?
Supervisor Davis.
I was curious if you could tell me what the range of CD rates were, if there is a range for the different banking institutions.
Yeah, Sherry can speak to that.
So I don't believe we have CDs right now because the interest rates are lower. We're finding we can get better interest rates and treasuries. We have some stock in some AAA companies, GE. I'm trying to think off the top of my head who we all have, but that's what we have right now. Sometimes in the past, we have gone with CDs because we can get better rates there, but currently we get better rates with the other types of investments.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Others? Supervisor Zorro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any vacancies right now in this department?
No, we do not.
And what are we looking at right now in terms of late pays and tax delinquencies in that department?
When you say we're looking at right now, do you mean point in time or?
I'm asking in terms of a trend, in terms of both workload for the department and also as an economic indicator to let us know the state of the county.
Yep, I do not have the answer to that question. We can talk to the treasurer unless Sherry, you have any comments you want to make on that?
So from what I think it was 2008, 2009, the amount of delinquent taxes we have has actually gone down quite a bit. You know, the economy tanked a few years ago. And so we can see that there is recovery in the county because the delinquent tax amount owed is going down. The last couple years or so, it's been pretty steady. You know, there hasn't been much fluctuation in the last 2 or 3 years. And I don't believe there are many properties this year that are being foreclosed on, very few.
How does 23 look versus 22?
It's pretty steady.
Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Peer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just a curiosity question, but the first bullet there under revenue talks about the Department of Natural Resources pays the counties a fee to compensate for land that's owned by the state and not subject to local taxes. How does that rate compare to what we would pay for local property taxes, the rate that they compensate you for? Pardon? Low?
Yeah, I think historically we'd find that the PILT payments are not equated to what we'd get if they were on tax rolls.
Do you have any idea, like, as a percent, how much that would be compared, like, the total pie?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. That's just a curiosity question. Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Davis?
I was curious about the bank service charges going up nearly 43%. I was wondering if you could give me an explanation for that.
So the new payroll system, Dayforce, there's more bank charges related to that. It's the way we move the money to them, and they send it to the various banks. But we're compensated by, you know, there's a trade-off there. There's more bank charges, but it's much more streamlined for staff all around the county, so.
Others? Seeing none. Josh, go ahead, please.
Register of Deeds is next. Similar to the treasurer, there's several revenue sources that create funding for the rest of county operations in the Register of Deeds office. You see the largest two that are listed, those first two bullets there, the real estate transfer fee is recommended to increase by about $75,000. The real estate registry, based on the way that's calculated, expected to decrease by $75,000. So overall, staying pretty stable there. And you can see the various other fees that the clerk's office, or the Register of Deeds office collects, and how those are changing. One personnel change to note, the department's requested that the 0.8 FTE Register of Deeds specialist be decreased to a 0.4 position based on need and workload. And so that change is recommended. So overall, the Register of Deeds budget includes $445,630 more in revenue than expenditures, which is a slight increase from 2023. Questions about the Register of Deeds budget?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any vacancies in this department right now?
We do not.
What is the reason that the administrator's recommendation for fees/other on page 41 is higher than the department request?
Yeah, that happens from time to time. So in this case, will just speak, not necessarily even about this budget, but just budgets in general about revenue. It's happened before in the treasurer's budget when we think about investment income, where departments have a sense of how much revenue it might get, and let's say that, our department heads generally are pretty conservative about not wanting to overestimate the amount of revenue that we'll get in. And so sometimes I am more optimistic about that. And so this is one of those examples where I just feel like based on the trends that we'll probably get a little bit more. And so that's why I've recommended a little bit more than the request.
If a individual in Rock County is not or unable to pay their property taxes, does their deed then go to Rock County? And if it's then sold for a price that's higher than what they owed in their tax, is that considered fees / other? Is that considered a revenue source? In other words, which department does that go to, or does it go to the homeowner?
So in general, those are in the treasurer's budget. And the Finance Committee has been talking about this issue. I mentioned it in my comments in the treasurer's budget about recent changes in case law about the sale of tax delinquent properties and where those funds go. So in general, and historically, there's been revenue from the sales of tax delinquent properties in the treasurer's budget. And there's been some changes to the law that change how the county will be engaging in that going forward based on Supreme Court case and changes in Wisconsin state law.
What is the change essentially?
I can talk a little bit about it, Josh, if you'd like. So first off, former owners under state statute who have had their properties foreclosed because of tax delinquency have always had the opportunity to claim what's called the surplus. So the county takes off from the proceeds of sale the principal, interest, penalty, as well as fees and special assessments to make itself whole, and then the former owner could always claim that as a matter of statutory right in Wisconsin, whatever was left over, so long as it was a homestead. So their primary residence. In recent statutory developments, some of that procedure has changed. We are now required to account and give notice to all the lien holders on the property that existed at the time of foreclosure. So that could be judgment liens, it could be mortgages, any kind of lien that's on the property, we now have to give notice to. So that was a change in Act 216 2 or 3 years ago that occurred. And we now have to hold the proceeds of sale for 5 years on the books and account for them before we have a legal right to expend them. After 5 years, if no claims come forward, then we can expend those proceeds. The constitutional change that's occurred is that in the last Supreme Court term, the United States Supreme Court determined for the first time that a keeping of proceeds of a tax foreclosure sale could be considered a takings under the Fifth Amendment under certain circumstances. And so as a result of that, I would say the lay of the land regarding exactly how the surplus proceeds of sale need to be treated by us is a bit more uncertain. And so we are taking the most conservative approach we can, which is basically to account for everything that we were to accumulate and make sure that we have an accounting of it in case we get a claim for those funds at a later time from a property interest holder.
What's the reason a property owner wouldn't ask for that excess money back?
A lot of the time, these properties are foreclosed because the individuals who own them perished and no estate's been opened and there's nobody to claim the funds. Sometimes, honestly, banks just don't see that as worth their time because they have massive mortgage portfolios that they look at in terms of, millions of dollars in costs and losses, and they just are not going to waste their time with a mortgage that's only worth, maybe $10,000 or $50,000. There's lots of reasons. I don't know the number of claims we get for proceeds. Maybe the treasurer has that information. I don't have that information, but it's pretty common that people do not claim the proceeds of sale.
Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Schultz?
The suggestion to reduce that one position from .8 to .4, is that position currently filled with a .8? And if it's being reduced, would the person be offered positions in another department?
So-
Or they,
Yeah, and
What
Sandy
is
can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the situation is that there's an individual in the position and they're willing to go down to the .4 position, and is that right, Sandy? Yeah, okay, so already been working as a .4, it's on the books as a .8, so this would just officially make it a .4.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Others? Seeing none, it is just about 7 o'clock. I'm not sure if the pizza's here or not. It is here, okay. Pizza is here. If there are no objections, we'll go into about a 15-minute recess. You can use the bathroom, grab a slice or two of pizza, take it back to your spot, and we'll get back at it in about 15 minutes.
I would note
That'd be 7:15.
there's sufficient pizza for those in the
We are back in session. Before we forge ahead, I think we're going to backtrack a little bit with some information that we were looking for earlier. Sherry, if you would.
So I have some information on the Veteran Services budget. The increase for the building lease is the $70,000 that Josh has in his comments. The lease for the actual building is about $64,000. In the other part is utilities, maintenance expenditures, cleaning contracts. Those are all stuff that, when they're in the courthouse, did not have to pay. So departments in the courthouse, all those types of expenditures are lumped into one courthouse facility account. But now that they're moving out, lucky them, that we're charging them those types of expenses. So that's a big reason for the increase.
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does that mean that we can decrease our cost at the courthouse, cut back on cleaning services here and so on and so forth, because we're not paying for that office to be here anymore?
Well, since it's such a small space, probably not.
Okay.
And I'm sure, don't know what the plan is for that space, but I know, maybe I can put my hand up there. I know there's some departments really busting at the seams for space, so I'm sure it will be utilized by somebody.
Thanks, Sherry.
Josh, go ahead.
So the last of the, well, I guess it's not the last, typically what's been the last is the community agency initiatives. There's several more to go here. So there, in the finance committee, as I alluded to earlier, there's several sections of comments here that kind of comprise what we think of as the county-wide section of the budget. There's lots of things that are in sort of the county-wide, which is the place where we budget things that are just general effect on the county budget overall. So property and liability, there's a question about cyber insurance earlier and where that is budgeted. We don't have a separate section of comments for that, but what we're starting on now sort of is those county-wide types of comments that we thought it was important to share with you. So the first is community agency initiatives. So we talked about this the other night as well, and so I'll run through these again. Community agency initiatives, there's a separate policy that the board has put in place to kind of govern how this works. And so there's a process involved here to get these requests in. So I'll run through them in some detail here. So the first one is HealthNet. HealthNet has a contract with the county to provide certain services, both the Sheriff's Office and Human Services, which is why we kind of fund it out of this county-wide account, since it covers things for both departments. And you can see in the comments here what kinds of things it covers related to the inmates and just uninsured county clients. So overall, $57,000 is requested and recommended, which is the same amount as 2023 and several prior years. Next is the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program. There's two programs that the county has funded for a long time for RSVP. One is for the intergenerational program. The RSVP has requested $28,000, and I'm recommending $26,094, which is the same amount as the prior year. They've also requested $42,000 for the Seniors Volunteering for Seniors program. That is a $2,000 increase over the 2023 amount. I am recommending the $2,000 increase, in part because this program also includes the Vets Helping Vets program, which is provides rides for veterans to appointments. Overall, this program is RSVP's assisted transportation program, and with the change in location from to the Veterans Services Office, the thought here is that RSVP can help some veterans with their transportation needs if that should arise. Next is the YWCA of Rock County. There are two specific programs the county has house funded. One is the Care House, and historically we've provided $10,000 for the Care House. The request is for $70,000, and I am recommending that that be funded with the $10,000 in tax levy that has historically been provided, as well as $60,000 in ARPA funds. And you can read a little bit more about what the Care House is from the comments and the reasons for the funding increase. Likewise, for the YWCA, we've provided funding for the domestic violence shelter for many years. Similarly, that's recommended to be funded with $10,000 in tax levy and $60,000 in ARPA funding to expand services for those in need. Family Services also has two programs that we fund and have funded for several years at least now. The Domestic Violence Shelter has been many years. Also, historically $10,000 levy funding for that, which I'm recommending continue. And then, as I think I mentioned the other night, I'm also recommending an increase of $60,000 in ARPA for the Beloit shelter to keep that balance that I think has been important to the county board for many years about making sure that both of those shelters are funded at similar levels. The other family services program is the Sexual Assault Recovery Program. The request was for $25,000. I'm recommending $10,000, which is the same amount as we funded for the last several years. Court-appointed special advocates, or CASA. You can see here that the recommended or requested and recommended amount is $28,125. That's the same amount as was provided last year by the board, and you can see here, I believe that $8,125 number was the amount that was transferred from the utility tax to CASA last year, and that I'm recommending we continue to fund in 2024. Heritage Rock County is the Confederation of Historical Societies in the county, and generally they come together with one budget request. They've requested $28,415. I've recommended $22,546, which is the same amount as the 2023 budget. Tourism Council requested and recommended $5,500, which has been the same amount for some number of years. The 4-H Fair Board has requested $2,500 for the publication of the annual 4-H Fair booklet. I'm recommending $1,500, which is the same amount as the prior year. And so that really is the end of what we consider the community agency initiatives in the budget. I've also, as we've talked about on a couple of occasions now, recommending the $500,000 in sales tax for the Woodman's Sports and Convention Center. And I've put it here, although not necessarily belonging under community agency initiatives, just as a place where I knew that we would talk about it and it would be transparent and visible to the public. So as we began to talk about on Thursday, there's several reasons why I'm recommending that the county be a partner in this project. It's a significant project. Economic development, redevelopment in areas that without support along a major transportation corridor might become, what some would consider, potentially urban blight if they can't be redeveloped. Particularly, old malls are having trouble these days. I believe that even though this isn't Janesville, it's a project that benefits the entire county. And I think, as I mentioned before, that I think one of the reasons to put this in here is to spur a conversation among the board about what the county's role in economic development is and should be. And so, part of this is about the Woodman Center, of course. Part of it is about thinking about how the county may want to support projects that are big projects and important to municipalities and that do have importance throughout the county on issues of countywide concern, but may not necessarily be things that are seen as supporting or being a benefit to every single county taxpayer. And of course, I think you've heard before the benefits, which I just include here as far as jobs and construction jobs and sales tax collections. I do think it's also important in a world in which we are trying to attract and retain staff, and there's a lot of competition. Certainly wages is one thing we talk about, but it is true that amenities also do attract families and workers to communities, and so having amenities is important, as well as supporting things like public health goals and exercise and the community's health. So as just a reminder, in the very last bullet you see here about the Woodman Center, as I mentioned before, failed last year at this time, 11-16 with 2 absent. That was for a $2 million proposal. The recommendation is for $500,000 less, obviously, possibly more attractive as a compromise amount for the board to consider. I completely expect there will be vigorous debate about this as to whether or not this is the highest and best use of these dollars or will be allocated to something else in the budget, which of course I would welcome that conversation. So that's really the end of the Community Agency Initiative section of the budget. So overall, the tax levy in this account, $222,765, which is a $2,000 increase. That $2,000 was for RSVP's Assisted Transportation Program, $180,000 in ARPA funding, and the $500,000 in sales tax. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Supervisor Towns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do hope we have some more discussion about the Woodman Center. I agree with your statement that this is not really an appropriate place for it in the budget. And I hope that we can consider taking it out of there. The board had a lengthy and pretty deep discussion on using tax collections for this type of purpose. And the majority of the board a year ago felt it was an inappropriate way to use tax revenue. And it's not to say that it's not a great project, I think it is, and I certainly hope it takes off. I think our former Supervisor Fox spoke very wisely about this, and he just said that it was a worthy project, and if we were asked for personal donations, folks that thought it was a great project should write a check. But it wasn't an appropriate use of sales tax dollars. And I still tend to believe that is true, even though you've reduced the dollar amount. I was really surprised to see it in here, having listened to that discussion that we had. And so I think that $500,000 of sales tax money could be used for a lot of things, like the increase in the veterans budget that we just saw, or highway funds. We could take the place on some highway funds, things like that, things that are more relevant and more appropriate to the use of property tax. And so that's, we didn't have a request for it, we just stuck it in there. And so I guess I'd like to reconsider that at some point. Thank you.
Others? Oh, are you done? Supervisor Towns?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Thank-
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 46 and 47, I have some questions about YWCA, Rock County, and Family Services of Southern Wisconsin, Northern Illinois. My first question is, are we obligated, in other words, do we have to put this into the 2024 budget?
No.
So as of right now, it's not in the budget, but if we put it there, it'd be like an incremental spend essentially. Starts at zero every year. We don't have any obligation to keep paying it.
Correct. Everything really in the Community Agency Initiatives budget is like that. It used to be called, many years ago before the policy was formalized, it used to be called the contributions account, because it was to, local agencies that there was no obligation to provide the funding, but the board historically had felt that it was worthwhile.
So you could potentially call all of these initiatives as incremental spending. Essentially, it's above and beyond.
Sure. I mean, you could call it however you like it.
So my question then is, you had some increases in here, 10,000 tax levy, 60,000 ARPA. Why don't we just make it all ARPA?
You could do that. I think the question for you, it's not unlike, although on a different scale, other conversations we've had about using ARPA money for things that would be funded by tax levy in a subsequent year. So the board would just have to be prepared for when ARPA money is gone, that if you want to continue to fund these, there's $200,000 plus in tax levy here, that you'd be creating a $200,000 hole for yourself if you wanted to fund these in future years with levy when ARPA is gone. If the goal is to not fund them in future years, once the ARPA is gone, then you'd save $200,000.
So essentially that hole, you could just put it as a one-time payment towards the debt service levy. And then the next year you just don't do it and then you don't have that hole then, right?
Sure. I mean, if you think about it that way, that if you're just moving the cups around on the table, then that is one way to think about it.
And then on the 500,000 for Woodman's Sports, it says in one of your bullet points here, it's to forestall potential blight in one of the county's urban centers. Is that to mean that the blight's coming either way? It just slows it down a little bit?
Well, I mean, I don't think we can see that far into the future. I'm sure when they built them all, they didn't know what was going to be happening today. So, I mean, it's always a battle to manage urban development. And so, right, who knows what the future will hold.
Is there anywhere in this budget of a similar size and scope, 500,000 to forestall potential blight in Beloit?
There is not, and that is, I think that was the point I was trying to make, was that, what I want to, I guess, try to get across is that I don't think every single budget necessarily needs to have equal amounts of investments in every community, you know, and I know we've always had this Janesville, Beloit thing going on. I mean, I've lived in the county for many years now, so I get it. But my point was trying to be, you know, we shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? If we have, you know, just because we have $500,000 in the budget for something that's a project in Janesville, doesn't mean we have to have a $500,000 project for Beloit. As I mentioned during my comments, I think there are other projects that, you know, are coming that the board may want to consider that would benefit Beloit. I mentioned the housing program they have coming through. There's a child care plan they have. Later on, we'll talk about some significant redevelopment projects in Edgerton in the planning department that aren't going to Milton. But you know, those are things that are benefit to the county to have those done in Edgerton. So that's a long answer to your question.
A little bit further down on the next bullet point, it says, increased sales tax collections will provide a return greater than the county's sales tax investment over time. On Thursday, we had a resident come speak to that point, and the calculation was at 0.5% of sales tax, we would need to see incremental $100 million worth of sales. Is that calculation correct?
I do not have those numbers in front of me. I do not know if that is correct or not.
I mean, it would be $500,000 divided by 0.5%, right?
Well, it's over how many years? I think there are projections that have been done by the organization that I don't have in front of me to know exactly what their return on investment numbers are at the moment.
The question I'm getting at is, how long will it take us to get that $100 million in incremental sales so that we break even on the sales tax?
Yep, and that is a question that I do not have the answer to right in front of me.
Would it probably be a better idea to know that before we put it into our budget?
I didn't say that I didn't have the numbers. I just said I don't have them in front of me. I can get them to you and get the projections from the organization to the whole board.
Would we get a better return on our investment by paying down the interest on our debt versus sales tax for this project?
I think that is a question for the board to decide.
Isn't it more objective versus subjective? It's just a number?
Well, I think the question you're asking is one of, if you're asking what is the relative interest rates of sales tax collections versus debt payments,
yes,
that's a number that we could calculate, I'm sure. I think that what I'm trying to say is that sometimes there are investments that you make that aren't truly only number driven and a benefit to the community. I just want to highlight that, right? So I'm sure there's lots of things that we could do that would be a greater return on investment. You know, it's like all of the things you see sometimes to say, you know, if we invest in this, there's a return on investment to our community of X dollars for every dollar spent. And again, it's like the point I made earlier about putting all the money into cybersecurity or into human services. You know, you could say, well, this is a great investment. You know, we're going to get $5 back for every dollar that we do, but you can't just put all your money into that. So yeah, I think you could do the math and say, right, we would reduce our total outlay by doing something else with the money, and that's totally fine if that's what you think is the highest and best use of the money. And you could do the math on that, but it's not always just about the math. That's kind of the point I'm trying to raise for this kind of debate in front of the board.
So is it fair to say that the math is not what's making the ultimate decision as to include this in the budget, but rather it's probably more focusing on forestalling blight in Janesville?
Well, I think as we've been through in the bullets, there are several things that it's not just forestalling blight. And if that's not good language to use, I apologize for that. But there's several things in there that I think it's pretty clear from the bullets that it's not just about the money. It's about what the effect of a project is on one of our cities.
Is another possible use of that $500,000 a tax cut by paying down the debt service levy?
Point of order, Chair. I was just wondering about that 10-minute limit you mentioned earlier.
Still is 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Please continue.
I'd like to reclaim that time, please.
Yeah, so to answer your question, of course. I mean, that's exactly right. There are lots of uses for $500,000, and that would be one. And I expect the board will debate that.
And why are we including this $500,000 in the proposed budget when we received a letter a few months ago from the city of Janesville saying we don't want the money?
As I mentioned to you when you mentioned that to me last time, I don't have a copy of that letter. I just know that my more recent discussions have been about, whether or not the county can be a partner in this or not. So I can't speak to that. I guess I can't speak to that letter and when it came out.
Yeah, I believe it was in the Planning and Development Committee meeting a few months ago, but I could get you a copy. My last question is Thursday, we had 750,000, which I thought was in this section for community action, but I'm not seeing it in this section. Did that come out, or is it in some different section?
Yeah, we'll get to that in another section in a couple minutes. It's similar. There's some ARPA money here, but these are just the historically funded community agency initiatives. There's a separate ARPA section coming up in a little bit that's just for those new ARPA funded projects. So we'll talk about that coming up here shortly.
Thank you.
Supervisor Davis.
Could you give me an idea of how much ARPA funding is still remaining unencumbered?
Yep, I can, and it may be best to wait just a couple sections till we get to the ARPA section. There'll be a table.
Supervisor Rashkin.
Thank you. Josh, I just wanted to commend you and compliment you on your leadership. I feel that at a time when there's really kind of a small-mindedness about projects that help community is at play. I appreciate you taking a strong stance and showing leadership. It would be nice if that was mirrored. But I feel like I need to apologize to everyone for the time that we're spending here on these types of questions, but I guess that's just opinion of what our time is worth and valued at and what it can be spent best at. So please continue to the next section.
Supervisor Stevens.
I just have one question about the Woodman's Center. Do you know how far along they are out from getting all the funding for the center? Getting the remaining
Yeah, I mean, I
funding?
do know that they're waiting on a grant announcement from the state that they had applied for through the state budget process. And so not knowing what that would be, I think that's sort of the biggest remaining outstanding large source of funding that the city and the Friends Group is waiting for. And last I knew, that was supposed to come any day now.
Supervisor, oops, I'm sorry, Gina. Are you done? Yeah. Okay. Supervisor Woodman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, I think it's great that we're going to go ahead and give the extra ARPA funds, but this will be made with the expectation that this is one time only, correct? That normally we give 10,000, but we're giving the extra this year, but not to be expected in the future.
Yeah, I think the question for the board is that whether, there's really, at a most, there's really only a couple more years you could do it, because of the ARPA funds available. And so, I think one of the things that I try to imply, and maybe it's more so in the ARPA section, is, these are things that I'm recommending this year. The board could decide to do other things in future years with remaining ARPA money, but after the ARPA money is gone, then the board will have to make a decision about whether to return, for example, to the $10,000 level in levy for something, for using one of those examples, or not. But yeah, I think that's an annual decision the board would have to make.
Thank you, Josh.
Others? Josh, please go ahead.
So next is the health insurance section. So this is a new section that we put in the budget this year, given that health insurance costs are such a large part of our personnel spend. We just wanted to be a little more clear and transparent with the board about kind of what's going on here. And I put it in particularly because in 2025, we're going to have some decisions to make. So 2024 is going to be a year in which we're going to have some conversations about what our program looks like. So just to cover a couple points, as some of you were here at the time, many of you were not, back in 2019, where we transitioned from that self-insured program to our fully insured current model. Essentially, a self-insured program is when we're our own health insurance company. We set aside funding in reserves to pay medical claims, and we manage the risk ourselves, versus in our fully insured model, we contract with Dean and Mercy to basically transfer that risk. We pay them a contracted amount, and then they pay the claims. So there's just a different dynamic that goes on with there. We've included at the back of the section just some numbers on kind of what our employees receive for different kinds of benefits, copays, and whatnot. What I wanted to get to was more for the revenue and then the expenditures we're seeing. So we fund our health insurance program in a variety of ways. One is that we charge a cost to our departments based on the number of authorized FTE. And so we've increased that in the 2024 budget by $1,800. Now we're charging $18,200 per FTE for health insurance. So that goes into what we kind of call our health insurance account or our health insurance trust fund, which goes to pay then our contracts with Mercy and Dean and some other administrative costs. So that $18,200 per FTE in the budget creates $24.5 million in funding for health insurance in 2024. If you kind of flip the page to the top, there's a little table at the top of the next page there. And this talks about that health insurance account that I had mentioned earlier. So you can see what happened here, go back to 2019. So what this demonstrates is that by moving from our self-insured to a fully insured model, we've been able to replenish our fund balance to hopefully fund health insurance a little more with more stability going forward, so that you can see at the end of 22 we were at $9.5 million. We're projecting at the end of 23 we're going to be at 9.1. So essentially what's happened is we've accrued the savings that one can accrue by moving from self-insured to fully insured, and that we've kind of reached the top of that mountain and we're starting to come back down a little bit. So that's what we want to be mindful about going forward, what we're going to need to do. So from an expenditure standpoint, our contracts with Dean and Mercy were favorable. As you can see in that table, we were able to accrue some savings over the last several years. We have rate caps. Rate caps were very low in the first years and are just increasing as both of those vendors, in all likelihood, especially through COVID, lost money under our contracts, and now our rates are going to go up because they need to try to recoup that. So overall in 24, we're paying both those vendors over $26 million for our health insurance. But you can see when you add up all the different savings in this table or this chart that we put in here, just in 21 and 22 alone, we've saved over $12.7 million in what we would have paid if we had stayed self-insured at the time. So it was a good move. It was a good move at the right time, and so I feel good about that. And now we're seeing that medical costs are going up as they are everywhere, and that we're going to have to reevaluate what we're going to do. So the summary that I just wanted to provide for you in putting this separately in here is that in 2024, the reason that you're not seeing any recommended changes to our health insurance plan, in what one would call plan design, such as copays, for example, or a variety of other things that you kind of see these benefits here at the end of the comments, are because our vendors are operating at a loss. The way that the dynamics work, any additional amounts that we charge our employees in 2024 won't accrue as savings to the county, they'll accrue as savings to our vendors. And so I didn't think that you would want me sort of raising costs for employees if it wasn't going to benefit the county at all. And so that's why I'm not recommending any changes in the 24. But what I am recommending is that we're going to have some conversations with our employees in 2024 and thinking about the 25 budget, where we rethink what we're doing with regard to our benefits, whether it's cost sharing with our employees, changing the value of the benefits they receive, which reduces the county's costs, or looking at a different model again. But I wanted to, it was important enough, obviously, and those of you who are in 2019 remember the ad hoc committee we had on health insurance. That was a pretty big deal. And so I wanted to just get that out there for you all to think about, something I'm recommending we do in 24, thinking about the 25 budget. Any questions?
Supervisor Towns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, can you refresh my memory what the employee required cost share was under Act 10? Wasn't it more than 10%?
So no, there wasn't a required cost share for health insurance under Act 10 for counties, at least for local government. So, I mean, our plan is a 10% cost share, and as I think I include in the comments here, our staff are able to move from 10% to 0 if they participate in our wellness program, and that all of our employees, except I think about 50, do that. So only have about 50 paying the 10% premium share. Otherwise, county employees don't pay premium like the monthly amount out of your paycheck every month deducted to pay for health insurance. So that wasn't an Act 10 related issue.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Josh, what's the likelihood in 2025 that employees are going to be not able to do that 10% earn back by doing the health incentive program and that they're going to have to start contributing? What's the probability?
Well, I mean, right now, if there's no changes, I think the probability is exactly the same it is now if we don't change the program. And I can't speak to what the probability might be for a changed program because that's what we need to figure out in 2024.
Is there going to be a cost of living adjustment vote at the end of December that we're going to be asked to consider? And if so, do we need to factor in potentially health care changes at that time?
So there's always a resolution that will come for the board to consider cost of living adjustment. Whether or not you want to consider, whatever you want to consider, I mean, it would be an unknown at that time. And I think what you've recognized is that there is no good time to have this conversation. That it's employees will, no employee would want to see an increase in their health insurance costs because an increase in your health insurance costs either results in what would be perceived as a loss of take-home pay, for example, depending on your COLA, or the county. If the county increases your health insurance costs by 3% and gives you a 3% COLA, you'll hear a lot of left hand, right hand, in one pocket, out the other, right? And so that has got to be part of the conversation. And back in 2019 we did this, and we had the committee. Those are the kind of conversations we had. What do county employees want with regard to the health insurance program? And they wanted, at that point, to not have to keep the premium program the way that it was. And that basically increased deductibles and out-of-pocket expenses so that the users of the health insurance paid the cost versus just an across-the-board increase. So you're absolutely right to say that these are difficult conversations and that employees will often, and rightfully so, be concerned about the level of increase in their health insurance costs. And I think, as you know, as identified in the McGrath study, we've got a top-of-the-line health insurance plan, and that's an attraction. Hopefully, we try to use that to attract employees, but it is going to be a difficult conversation.
In order for us to actually take that vote in December, though, there has to be something in our budget that would actually be in there so we have money to pay for it. So what is the budgeted number that we're planning on in December? And do we have to factor in health insurance inclusive of that number?
So the answer to the second point is whether you want to factor it in or not is up to you. There won't be a health insurance related number because we're talking about the 24 budget. So what I'm saying in 24 is there will be no changes to the health insurance plan as far as costs for employees. And so it may not be something that you feel like you want to or have to consider for the 2024 COLA. You could go ahead and think about that, knowing that it may be coming to 25. There may be cost increases in 25. But with regard to the amount in the budget for a COLA, at this point in time, what I would prefer to do is follow historically what the county has done is when the county board staff committee is ready to have that conversation, which typically begins with a conversation about bargaining parameters for union contracts. Then we have that at staff committee, and that then leads into and is related to the COLA discussion.
What's in the proposed budget right now that's in front of us for that COLA?
Well, as I just said, I prefer to have that conversation with the staff committee before we talk about it here publicly because it affects our bargaining parameters.
Okay. Thank you.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
Next next couple are fairly minor but new write-ups. Employer recognition. I mentioned during the presentation that we're increasing some funds for employer recognition. This will be the first time that we've used tax levy to fund our recognition programming. And we kind of joke, we have these quarterly recognition programs with all of our employees that we invite all of our employees to that are receiving a year's service award. We do that quarterly, and sometimes we joke about the quality of the items they get to choose from when they've been here for 20 years. And honestly, sometimes it's a little embarrassing that what we have, but like the pen that Randy has, sometimes we give them a pen when they've been here for a year, and so a year of service is worth a writing utensil. And so you know, it's kind of a joke sometimes, and we joke around about it, but because we're a public entity, right, and we feel like that we can't give them the golden watch or the clock sometimes, right? But I think we can do more than we do, and that's the intent here is part of our recruitment retention efforts to just recognize our employees a little bit more. So overall, it's another $22,000 from the levy that I'm recommending that we include for our employee recognition efforts for our countywide employee recognition group. Any questions?
Seeing none, please go ahead, Josh.
Employee wellness is similar. We have a countywide work group for wellness, does similar things. I mentioned this the other night as well, and I think that the big thing to note here is that the $50,000 that I'm recommending, in addition to what's funded in that program now, intended to focus specifically on employee mental health programming to try to address, as I mentioned before, workplace stress and that affects productivity, and just again on the theme of well-being. I just feel like that we have to invest a little bit more in our employees and their mental health and their stress and their ability to handle all things that we ask them to do. So that is the main increase here in this budget. Any questions on that?
Supervisor Cullen. Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, but I got to get my microphone to work. It takes me a while. Okay? Kind of fixing something that's not broke again. Have you had an increase in mental health issues, or is it trending upward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's right. Mental health issues is so all-encompassing that it's hard to answer that question. I mean, I think if you read the sort of the research across the country and in workforces, organizations, that this is at the top of the list of issues in organizations that does contribute to time away from work, and does people want to take their sick time, and because we've heard the joke about I need to take a mental health day. Right? And I mean, that's a real thing, right? It used to be that people would say, well, you're not sick, you just don't want to be here, and so you're taking a mental health day. Well, mental health days are real things, right? And so, the issue that, we don't have data that would show for Rock County that an increase in stress and anxiety for our employees is leading to more absences from work, for example. I don't have data that can show you that. But I don't have any reason to believe that Rock County is any different than lots of the organizations across the country that are struggling with this. And anecdotally, I think we do see this, right? Our department heads and our supervisors are talking to employees, and there's just a lot of stress. And so I think you're right. I agree with you again, right? It's like the clerk's election-related thing that hoping to provide some, getting out in front of it a little bit, maybe more than we have been, in a way that will have benefits.
Any others? Josh, go ahead, please.
So the opioid settlement fund section is next. I won't spend a lot of time on this. We've been over this several times, and it was Thursday. Again, I had that on a slide, but you had previously approved the report that has all this in it. I did want to make just a point, again, kind of tying it back to the strategic plan and the draft goals and objectives there. This seems consistent with that, in addition to just to highlight the partnership that we've had with Jefferson and Walworth counties, and even on occasions Dane and Greene counties, about trying to think regionally about how to partner on some of these issues. So I'll just stop there and see if anybody has any questions, since we've discussed this before. Largely just wanted to have it documented in the budget somewhere. All right, I'll move on to the ARPA section now, since I know there are questions about this. So again, just to reiterate, the county has been allocated $31.7 million in ARPA funding that by the end of '24 we have to allocate, and by the end of '26 has to be spent. So those are our very general parameters, knowing that there are much more significant parameters about eligibility that we've talked about over time for a variety of things. There's a table at the end here that I'll certainly refer to. Supervisor Davis had a question about that, but I'll run through this to give you a little more detail, and hopefully it'll be clearer. So before we even started the recommended budget, the county board had approved $433,695 for projects that were previously approved in prior years that were multi-year projects. So that is ARPA money that's already sort of allocated as we come into '24. So then including 25 and 26 for projects previously approved, that $29.7 million figure that I have in here has been allocated, leaving just under $2 million, 1.991 in funding that hasn't been allocated at all. So if you think about all the actions the board has taken, you've not taken actions to allocate just under $2 million. So that's kind of where we start from. That being said, just to kind of note here, in our most recent federal report from June 30th, almost $18.9 million has been allocated but not spent yet. And that seems like a really, really big amount of money that is, right? You think, oh my gosh, we've allocated all this money, why isn't it being spent? There's some of that is just a matter of timing and that is just hasn't gone out the door yet. For example, there's the Family Services Project in Beloit, right? There's $3 million set aside for that. That money has just not been moved from our account to theirs yet. So there's examples of that all throughout. And when you look at the table, you can see some things like, for example, the funding for well testing in the health department. The board that was allocated, the board just changed the rules a couple meetings ago, and so not much of that has gotten out yet either. So there's a variety of examples like that. So when I say that $18 million, I'm not meaning to imply that's not going to be spent. It's just that it has not yet, for the reasons that you can see. However, there are several projects that are not likely to spend all the money that's been allocated to them, but there's only a few that we really can identify, and I'll talk about those momentarily. But overall, just to reiterate the things I noted last Thursday, several projects I'm recommending we allocate the money to. So the first one, and the biggest one, is $4.5 million for affordable housing. And so here are a couple things to note, sort of what is the intent here. So first of all, I think affordable housing is something that you all recognized in your draft, kind of strategic goals and objectives that is important for the community. And from all of the statewide meetings and my colleagues from other counties, housing is a huge issue, whether it's workforce housing, affordable housing. It really is near the top of the list, and certainly ARPA eligible because it's recognized in ARPA as being a very important issue too. So the $4.5 million, I think through conversations with other people locally here, $4.5 million is not enough to do much of an affordable housing project on its own. I think the intent here is that there are several projects that are sort of in the pipeline that are just not over the finish line yet, and that maybe this would serve as some funding that would get a couple of those projects again over the finish line and to being developed. So the way I would think about this is it's kind of like a funding that we would give to some organization, whether it's a municipality that's working with a private developer, but essentially to a private developer to develop affordable housing for a project that's already being discussed. My recommendation here, based on the way that counties can spend money, is that this would have to go through the Rock County Housing Authority, and so the county board, I envision, would approve very specific projects and then direct the housing authority to sort of pass that money through to whatever project has been identified. So obviously that's something that is a pretty big use of ARPA funds, but that's the first one. Supervisor Zorel mentioned the $750,000 to Community Action's new shelter that it's building in Walworth County, which I know, as I mentioned on Thursday, seems like a weird thing, that why would we be funding something in Walworth County? But again, I'll reiterate that this is the current shelter that Community Action has in Walworth County serves a third of its clients are Rock County clients. It is the homeless shelter that Community Action uses, and that gets used a lot for county clients. And so the $750,000 they put for context in there, that project is a $4.5 million construction, a $6.5 million overall capital campaign. Walworth has already contributed, dedicated at least $1 million to it. So it seems like the $750,000 seems like a not unreasonable amount for a third of the county, Rock County clients that are there. Part of the reason that I included this in here is, again, trying to, as I mentioned Thursday, trying to listen to the board. And what I hear the board saying is that we want resources for housing, for emergency housing for people that are in need. And my recommendation is, if you do want to do that, that you give it to an organization that has already got a project in the planning stages and has a track record of being able to manage it into the future, instead of trying to start something from scratch. And so this is again me trying to present something that I think meets a need that the board is interested in, and a priority of the board. The $375,000 is included here for human services, sort of as prevention money. It's not dissimilar from funding several $100,000 in funding that was included in the budget a couple years ago in ARPA money for prevention-related purposes. And so this will be outlined a little bit more in the human services budget. There's a $300,000 project for NAMI to expand its enrichment center. And there's several things in here that you can see what this would be used for. NAMI works closely with Human Services. Many clients of NAMI are clients of the county. And so this is a project that Human Services has worked on with them to launch, and expanding that program and providing some support to it would be in the best interest of the county. Next is the $150,000 for the Rock County Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. So as I mentioned on Thursday, I don't know that, I would be shocked if I ask you today to raise your hands, that not all of you would raise your hands and say that, right, we're support of anti-human trafficking. And nobody is a stranger to the discussions the board has had about this topic over the past several months, if not longer. And so, again, my proposal here is intended to help the board move forward with something that I think you're all interested in a way that I think provides benefits to the organization, the task force that would be the recipient of this money. Keep in mind, the task force it's not even a nonprofit. It's a group of volunteers. Community Action serves as their fiscal agent, and so these funds would be managed on behalf of the task force by Community Action. But when I asked representative of the task force about their ability to spend this money, is this sort of the right amount of money, and what could you do with it? The answer was that, yes, this is an amount they could use, would be a significant increase over the amount they get every year, but wouldn't be too overwhelming for them to manage as far as, what are they going to do with the funds, given they are just a group of volunteers. So that's the intent behind that, is to try to give the board a path forward in its efforts to support anti-human trafficking in the county. I've already referenced the next two, the $120,000 for the shelters, domestic violence shelters in Beloit, Janesville, and the $60,000 for the care house. So those are the expenditure sides. Expenditure sides, I guess is the right way to say it. On the revenue, not the revenue side, but I guess it's kind of like revenue. Where's the money coming from? So for the $1.7-ish million for the community action shelter, the domestic violence shelters, the care house, anti-human trafficking task force, NAMI, and the human services initiatives, our recommendation is they're funded by there's $15,000 that we know isn't going to be spent for completed projects, as well as $1.7 million that the board has not yet allocated. That I mentioned earlier, there's just under $2 million for that. And then the affordable housing, the recommendation for that big project is the remaining $250,000 or so that's not been allocated. There's still $2.2 million in unspent funds through the homeless matching grant program. So if you may recall, there was $3 million that were set aside in that program for matching grants. There was about 1.6 that was actually granted out. But one of those was $800,000 or so for the city of Janesville's affordable housing project that now, because it is no longer in a qualified census tract, is not eligible for tax credits, and therefore it's one of those projects that can't get across the finish line. It's not enough money in their budget to get them across the finish line. So kind of an example that I was talking about where some of our affordable housing money might be able to be redirected, which is why by moving that money to the affordable housing makes sense. And there's also just over a little $2 million from the Small Business and Nonprofit Grant Program that I'm recommending be reallocated. Currently, there's over $4.8 million remaining unspent in the program. If we were to remove these $2 million for affordable housing, that would still leave $2.8 million to be spent for this program or allocated to others in the budget, which I know there'll be an interest in having that conversation. So those are the sources for the recommendations that I have in the budget. And then, of course, the board, if it wanted to use, I think there's a question earlier about, I think Supervisor Woodman asked if there was going to be ARPA funding provided for some of these things. Is it 1 year? Is it multiple years? The board would have to decide. If you wanted to set aside that money in future years for the shelters, for example, in Beloit and Janesville, then that would reduce, of course, the amount of ARPA money that you have remaining. So overall, again, $6.2 million in ARPA funding. 5.7 of that is budgeted in the ARPA account, $180,000 in community agency initiatives, and $375,000 in the human services budget. That table at the end, after the comments, I know that the font is kind of small and it's hard to see, but it lists down the left-hand side all the projects that the board has approved, and then everything that was in 21 through 23 budgets, what the actual expenditure was of that 6/30/23 federal report. Funds remaining, so you can see at the bottom of that column is the $18 million I referenced earlier. The status is ongoing, complete or new, meaning it really hasn't had a chance to get going yet, like the child care grant program. And then I referenced in my comments, there were amounts in 24, 25, and 26 that essentially the board has already approved for these things, and you can see them out there. So total estimated budget, you can see at the bottom there, that 29.7 million. I also referenced that number in my comments as well. And then you can see a little table at the bottom, how I got to some of the other numbers, particularly that 1.99 number at the very bottom, which is the total unallocated funds at this point. So that's ARPA. Any questions?
Supervisor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm reading here where it says, under the 4.5 million, on page 54, 4.5 million to be allocated to the Rock County Housing Authority for specific projects, and it says there are current projects in the planning stages that need additional capital support to be viable. Will we get a list of those so we can look at those projects that are currently underway?
So my point there was not so much that there's a list that I want the board to choose from. It's just that I know from conversations with my colleagues in Beloit and Janesville that there are affordable housing projects that those municipalities are working with developers on that aren't across the finish line yet. And so what I would envision is if the board passed this and set aside this money, that would simply be setting this money aside, and there'd be additional action that would be needed by the board to dedicate it to certain projects. So that's when, at some point, right, there'd be a list of projects, or people would bring projects forward to ask the board to support. But that's when I would see necessarily that happening. I think if the board is interested before it makes a decision about the 4.5 and whether it wants to even set it aside, we could try to gather some information to say, like, here's an example of projects that are currently in the pipeline, just to give you an example of some specifics if you'd like, if that's helpful for you. But there would still have to be separate actions, setting aside the money, and then making the decision of the board to fund specific projects.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't expecting to like pick and choose anything right away.
Okay.
I was just curious about, one, when I see private developers, it's kind of like, it's a cringy moment. And then it just says that there are current projects in the planning stages. I was just curious if we would get to know what those current projects are, that's all.
Yeah. And if you're interested in that information, I can reach out and try to get some examples for you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Supervisor Davis.
Will we be able to expend the remaining $2 million in the time frame we have?
Well, I think that's one of the concerns that I have in general, why I've taken the liberty, I guess, of suggesting some ways that we can spend the money, is that I think the spending the money is less of an issue because it's by the end of 26. I think it's the allocating of the money, and I think the thing that the board's going to have to think about, and I mentioned this a couple times in my comments, is that if it has to be allocated by the end of next year, there has to be comfort level with the board that those funds will actually be able to be expended by the end of 26. And I think that, right now, there's a lot of projects, as I said, that they've not gotten the money out the door yet. So there's going to have to be some discussion for those projects in 2024 at the board level about, do we feel like Project X is actually going to spend everything it's allocated to? And if not, then reallocating those funds or potentially losing them.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zorro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The $4.5 million for Rock County Housing Authority, is it possible to approve some other number besides 4.5? In other words, a lower number?
Of course.
Do you happen to know offhand if any of those projects are, anything that would help somebody with, say, mortgage rates? In other words, if you're a low-income resident and you want to buy a home, single family, or build a single family home, and you're struggling with the current mortgage rates, is that 4.5 million, would that be an appropriate use to say we're going to subsidize your interest rate and give you 2 or 3% as opposed to 8 or 9%?
So the rules that would surround the county board's decision to allocate funding to anything out of that pot, to the extent that it passes and you call it affordable housing, if that makes housing more affordable, that's up to the board to decide. Typically when we think about affordable housing and the development of affordable housing projects, we're not thinking about single-family homes necessarily and mortgage reduction. We're thinking about development of units, so to speak. But that doesn't mean that the board can't decide whether to use 4.5 million, something less, or for something different, some different purpose than sort of was envisioned in my comments there.
So it could be for single-family homes. We don't necessarily have to to a low-income apartment building and pack in a bunch of low-income people. It could be a single-family type program, right?
The board will decide.
And then the $750,000 community action, is that consistent with the pending resolution right now in PSJ committee? In other words, does that address what that resolution is trying to do?
In part, I believe that, yeah, in part, the intent was to try to be responsive to what I believe would be the board's desire to create emergency housing.
The $150,000 for Rock County Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force, were there other organizations dedicated to fight human trafficking that were considered, like Operation Underground Railroad or anybody else?
There were not.
Have you done any research on any other organizations?
I have not.
That's it, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, on the affordable housing, I happen to serve on the Housing Authority. One of the phrases that we hear most often from developers is, "We just can't make the math work." And I think that that's what this particular amount is about, is helping developers make the math work for actually building affordable housing. Thank you.
Others? Josh, please go ahead.
So that gets us through the Finance tab, and we'll move on to General Services Committee. Talk about the Facilities Management budget. So there's various comments in here about operating expenditures and some changes in the operational costs. The one I would highlight would be related to changes in the costs that are for utilities in the county. Part of that is related to increasing energy costs that are causing countywide utility costs to go up so much. Part of it is related to the what we expect to be the completion of 2024 of the Law Enforcement Services and Jail project, where we'll be increasing total square footage. And so you can see in here the costs for utilities are going up pretty substantially by several $100,000 countywide, including for that project. I would just note that we would expect 2024 to be a higher year because we're going to be supporting both the new facility and the Pinehurst building in that year. And in 2025, we'd expect there to be less square footage to have to support from a utility perspective. But I just wanted to highlight that as a significant increase in the budget. From a personnel perspective, just as a reminder that in 2023, the board approved that additional 1.0 FTE maintenance worker 4 position with one-time funding. And so that in 2024, we're gonna have to fund that with tax levy. And you can see that was annualized around $75,000. So that's a levy increase in the department in 2024. Of most interest, usually in facilities management, is the capital projects. And so I won't read all of these. I'll just give you some highlights, and certainly you can see everything that's sort of in this table. There's a table here, and then the explanation that follows. So a few things to highlight. In Public Works, you can see a couple things there related to salt brine system. The state is paying for most of that, but we have to do some work. The Orfordville Salt Storage Building, this is something to be familiar to committee members about discussions about this. And so next year, we need to put some more money to allow us flexibility to build that building. Most of interest at Public Works, maybe because of the uniqueness of it, is $850,000 for the purchase of a Parks Department building. There's some adjacent property that we have an opportunity to explore purchasing that would really, that's what I do call it, as an opportunity to have some land vacant come up nearby. So on the one hand, this would create a space for parks for its purposes, and it wouldn't be so crammed in, and Dewey and John wouldn't have to fight so much about space in the highway shop now. But it'll also free up some space for highway, which is also a little crammed in. The highway or the DPW highway division plan is needing for some more storage space in the future, and so this would buy us some flexibility for a while to do that as well. So just something to highlight, and we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to Parks and Public Works. Fairgrounds, replacing the grandstand seating. Medical Examiner's Office, there is $921,000 in sales tax here for a project that would, once the community corrections folks leave the building they're in right now behind UW Extension and they head to the new building, we have some renovations to do there, including some abatement. Ultimately, we have to get our medical examiner staff out of the healthcare center because that is not going to be maintained as a county office facility going forward. And so they're going to move into the community correction space, and then we are contemplating trying to move the garage they use right now from behind the healthcare center building more adjacent to their new space, which has a variety of operational implications for staff. At the courthouse, $100,000 for the renovation of the deferred prosecution and DVIP space, which is just right down the hallway to the left as you leave there. That was the one space in the DA renovation we didn't touch yet. We have a grant-funded staff member there now and reconfiguring some of that to allow some more space for staff. This is sort of a revised proposal that will give us sort of a minimum level needed to make that space better. Out at UWW at RC, at UW Rock County, $450,000 for roof replacement, which would be from sales tax, and then $400,000 is in the budget for nursing program renovation, which would be from contributions. I mentioned I mentioned the healthcare center project. So in 2024, we'd expect to spend $1.2 million on abating that facility in advance of whatever comes next for that facility, which right now looks like is currently slated to be demolished. But that's prior year sales tax money that would be dedicated to that building. And then overall, just to reference again, the Veteran Services Building, there's $203,000, excuse me, between sales tax and prior year sales tax that are combined here for the essentially finishing the needed equipping of that building, including furniture, AV, security, and installing fiber to that building. So those are just some of the projects. There are others that you can see there. I just highlighted those few for you. In the end, the tax levy for facilities management is $3.2 million, which is a $422,000 increase, or 15% over the prior year. Questions?
Supervisor Zorl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many of these positions are currently vacant?
I think we have 2 vacant positions right now in facilities management.
Which ones are they?
So 2 maintenance worker positions at Rockhaven are currently vacant. Yeah. Thank you, Brent.
And then the new position that we added last year was which one?
That was a maintenance worker 4 position as well. And that was, I mean, I guess, that was dedicated to the courthouse. That was dedicated to the courthouse.
Is that the crew leader facility maintenance?
So the position that was added was a maintenance worker 4 position. There was other actions taken in the budget last year to kind of shift around the crew leader role that's out at the jail.
So when we added that position last year, we funded it sustainably by eliminating an equity manager, but then that got reversed out by our finance committee and unsustainably funded it with that federal tribal grant money. I think it was, what, $50,000 a year for 2 years? Is that money gone? Can we keep using that to fund these positions?
That money is no longer available.
So now it's getting hit on our taxes. This is now a tax increase that otherwise wouldn't have been necessary had we not done that last year.
This has to be funded by the levy in 2024.
On page 12, I see that we've got $45,000 for parking lot seal coating and striping. Recently, we've been giving the striping business to a county employee for their business. They run on the side and they use a county-issued phone to set that up, and it didn't go out for bid. Are we going to bid this out this time?
So number one, I think the tense that you use is wrong. There was one occasion on which the employee used their county phone for a project and no longer uses that, so I don't think it's fair to use active tense. The volume of cost in this is not something that requires to be bid out. We get quotes and we use our historical knowledge to know what a good deal is. And like many things these days, it's hard to find people to do work. And so I think I don't want the public or the board to get the impression that something untoward was happening with a county employee who has a private business, that under their private business did work for the county doing some striping. So I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you.
Others? Go ahead, Josh, please.
Next is the Health Services tab, so we'll talk about Rock Haven. So as I mentioned before, and as you well know, Rock Haven and its financial sustainability has been a significant issue for us over the past year. In 2024, we're still planning to have only 96 of the 128 beds filled, which is not an issue of not having enough residents to fill it. It's again more of a staffing issue. I've mentioned before several times about the rate increases. So as those play out in the '24 budget, the Medicaid rate has gone up substantially from $193.09 a day to $338.63 per day. So that is an increase of $4.2 million in the Rock Haven budget, which brings the revenue up to almost $8.8 million from the Medicaid program. Medicare, a lesser increase, $100 per day increase, and so we'll expect to get $1.5, almost $1.6 million in Medicare revenue, which is a $187,000 increase. So those are the significant increases that have allowed us to have some breathing room in the operation of Rock Haven and not have those one-time sales tax sources or ARPA sources dedicated to operating the facility in 2024. There's also a request, and I'm recommending that the private pay rate for the 8 individuals that are budgeted to pay their own way in 2024 increase to $340 per day. The current rate is $315, and that was last effective February 1 of '22. We expect to get about $2.2 million from the private pay rate, about $220,000 of an increase in revenue. And one of the reasons, of course, we consider rate increases every year, but with a significant increase in our Medicaid rate, just the way that those rate structures work, your private pay rate should be more than your Medicaid rate, and so this would nudge the private pay rate just above the Medicaid rate. As you can see, the resident mix, 80 Medicaid, 8 Medicare, and 8 private pay, so we are largely a facility that handles those who cannot pay for their own care. I already mentioned the one-time funds that I've noted here as well. The good news about some of those one-time funds that we used, particularly the ARPA money, some of the savings that we just got in when these rates went to effect retroactively to 2023, is that we had a fund balance deficit of about $1.9 million that we expect as we end 2023 will be on the positive side. And so having some more money there in that fund balance is better than having a negative amount of money there. On the expenditure side, staffing, of course, and personnel is a big cost. I do just note here in the comments about agency staff. Our hope is, given some of the changes and the wage increases through the McGrath study, that we will be able to reduce our agency staff a little bit as we attract some more staff. So the amount that's budgeted for agency staff is decreasing by about $100,000 in 2024. Also of note, just for your reference, overtime is budgeted over $1 million, $1.1 million in overtime we spend at Rock Haven, and that's the amount budgeted next year. Also, I would remind you that we did include $70,000 in the 2023 budget for consulting, knowing that we might need some assistance in some of these financial issues. Doesn't look like there's any effort at this point to spend that, although the ad hoc committee is talking about using some of those resources. But my recommendation was whatever of that doesn't get spent, that we it'll fall to the fund balance, and that we reallocate $100,000 just to sit there in consulting if we need it in 2024 for similar reasons that we did in '23. I think my message to the board is that our Rock Haven financial issues are not just solved because those rate increases, and we really need to continue to be vigilant about coming up with a plan for the future of Rock Haven. And so having some of those resources there for consulting will be helpful. In the summary, recommended levy for Rock Haven is just over $4 million, which is a $1 million decrease from 2023. So the point to make, and I made this point if you look in the administrator's letter, the point I would make is that you're thinking, oh my gosh, we got over $4 million new dollars in those rate increases, how come the levy's only going down by $1 million? And the answers are that we had $2.3 million in one-time sources between the ARPA and the sales tax last year, and that comes right off the top of that. And then we have increases in wages that are in the budget. And so ultimately, an increase in rates of $4 million, plus some other one-time sources that we've had increase out there only result in a $1 million reduction in the levy. So Rock Haven continues to be one of the highest levy-funded facilities, county nursing homes in the state, and I say that only to not lull us into a sense of complacency about the finances at Rock Haven, that we just need to continue to think about that. Any questions?
Supervisor Bryan?
Thank you. When will the debt service be paid off for Rock Haven?
The debt service, I believe, is scheduled to be paid off in 2026.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does Rock Haven still have a closed wing right now?
Yes, we're only filling up to 96 of the beds.
Which positions are vacant right now?
Well, I mean, Rock Haven's a little different. It's a bigger department, and so it's hard to exactly tell you how many are. But there are a number of unfilled authorized positions in any number of positions. CNAs, for example, would be the largest one that are unfilled, and that even when we had the wing open, were hard to fill, and we had a lot of vacancies out there. So I can't give you a number right now, but there are a good number of vacant CNA and nurse positions out there right now.
So of the 177.7 FTEs that you have budgeted, how many are currently filled of that, just in total?
Yeah, I cannot answer that question right now. I mean, I can tell you that we did take into account in the personnel lines of the budget that we're not fully funding 177 positions. We're taking into account the wing is closed. And so even if we have authorized FTE, there's not money going into the budget to pay staff that we're not going to plan to hire or fill those positions in 2024.
Do you think you're actually going to fill all those positions in '24? And if not, then why don't we just change the FTEs?
So it's the reasons that I wouldn't recommend we change the authorized FTE is the same reason I gave for the health department, is that Natalie and her team are very optimistic that over the course of time that we will be able to attract people and that we'll be able to open that wing. And when we do, we're going to need the flexibility to have those positions available to be filled. And so there is no harm in leaving the positions authorized but not funded until such a time that we might need them. It gives us flexibility to move forward if we're able to fill that wing with residents at some point.
When we say course of time, what does that really mean? Is that assuming just sometime in '24 we think we'll get it filled, or could that mean 2 years out, 10 years out, maybe never?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that all those are true. I think the best answer I can give you is that the '24 budget does not contemplate that wing is filled. And I think that's the cautious approach, that we're not anticipating revenue that we wouldn't get. And so, I think it is better to budget for the more conservative approach than estimate that we're going to get revenue that we're not, and then we're in a bad spot. So is it possible that we start to use some of those beds in '24? It is possible, but it's not budgeted.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I'd like to point out on this one is that vacancies in Rock Haven is a little bit of a different story than in some other places. The vacancies doesn't mean work isn't being done. In some cases, that work is being done by contracted employees that cost us more. In other cases, that work is being done by people who are being paid that $1.1 million in overtime.
Others? Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a follow-up question. Are we double budgeting? In other words, are we double budgeting for the FTEs and those contractors? And if that's the case, would it be appropriate to not double budget?
Right, so we're not double budgeting. We take into account all of the volume of shifts that need to be filled, for example. And so between the wage lines, the overtime lines, and the contracted agency staff costs, that is what we anticipate is necessary to be able to fill those shifts. So the costs will vary depending on which of those sources you use. And of course, the goal would be to have no agency staff and to limit your overtime, because those are the most costly ways of funding shifts. But no, we've taken into account that and are not double budgeting.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
So next is the Human Services Board tab, where we'll talk about the Human Services budget. And what I will do here, because Human Services is our largest department, is I'll go through sort of each section of each, whether it's a division or kind of a grouping of functions. So for example, the first one is Children, Youth, and Families. I'll talk about those, and I'll pause and we'll answer your questions about that when we get there. So we'll start with Children, Youth, and Families. So generally, the way this is structured is sort of the programs, the largest programs are in each of those areas are highlighted at the beginning of the section. So Child Protective Services, Youth Justice, including the Youth Services Center, and Children's Long-Term Support, including birth to 3. Again, I won't read everything here, but one of the things to highlight is the CLTS, Children's Long-Term Support Program. We expect to get $13.7 million for that in revenue for that program, which is a over $600,000 increase. And the intent there is just there are more children in need of services, and through the state, those funds come to fund those kids, and I'll talk about that in a little bit here. Under expenditures, again, something we always talk about, and I show those charts in the budget, and they're also in this section about out-of-home placements. This number continues to decrease. You remember seeing the chart, and you can see it if you flip the page there about how those costs have decreased for us over the years as we put more into prevention on the front end, and as I note here, that a variety of the different kinds of investments that we think has helped to drive that number down. Again, one example that I think is most easily understandable for everybody is foster care. Again, so just to note, the average daily census for children in foster care declined from 158 in 2017 down to 59 that we're expecting in the 2024 budget, which is a reduction from 2023 as well. So again, it's not only the dollar savings there, and I always want to be real clear about that, right? It does result in savings, but it's also a better way to serve the kids. And so it's the proverbial win-win there. No youth in state corrections since 2017, so no funding is included for state corrections. Lincoln Hills or Copper Lake. Overall, the out-of-home placements budget is $3.6 million. That's actually a slight increase from what we had in the 2023 budget. If you go below the table there, it talks about the birth to 3 expenditures a little bit. I know that's been a topic of interest for the board. I mentioned CLTS before. The expenditure is expected to be about $13.9 million. The issue to just highlight here for the board is that we are having trouble hiring staff to be able to pull those kids in for services, and we're not allowed to have a wait list. So this is just one of the challenges that the department is currently facing in providing services. So just something to keep in mind there as the Human Services Board continues to look at those issues as well. Next, if you flip the page, is a comment about shelter care, since we did recently just talk about our contract with Derek's House. Here it's budgeted at $1.1 million. That's a number that you saw in that resolution. So here's the funding. Here, that is largely levy funded, if not entirely levy funded. So that's just the comment there. The ARPA funds that I referenced earlier for the $375,000, you can see the breakdown here. Very similar kinds of things, but overall just kind of targeting a little different groups to try to reach people a little differently as well. And you can see those numbers. So in Child Protective Services, like in CLTS, struggling to be able to fill all the authorized positions. Some have been vacant for a while. And so what really summarized here about CPS is that the department's really kind of rethinking its staffing approach to try to not just continue to try to fill the positions that's been challenging to fill, but kind of create some new types of positions that would provide support to caseworkers, but still have some staff to help out here. So Overall, there's some vacant positions that are being deleted and a couple new positions that are being created. Overall savings here by doing this is just about $350,000. But given where we are with our caseloads, the department believes that we're still going to be able to meet our caseload standards as we have been with that number of positions filled. So this is just sort of recognizing the reality of that we're not going to be able to fill these positions and trying a different path. A couple other changes below that are a couple deletions as well that are going to save some money as well in the children, youth, and families area. So I'll pause there and ask if there's any questions about children, youth, and families programming.
Questions? Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see the total FTEs for 2024 is 520.95. Of that number, how many of those positions are still vacant?
I don't have that number in front of me right now. We'll do a check and see what the current status is, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
All right. That's my only question.
Others? Supervisor Towns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The whole discussion about FTEs intrigues me, but it confuses me a little bit. We seem to want to hold vacant FTEs in the budget because, if I'm understanding you, we might need them sometimes, so then we can say it. However, I do remember from this past year, sometimes a resolution would come up and we would add an FTE. So what safeguard isn't the right word, but what monitor do we have so we aren't continually increasing our FTEs? I like the overall trend of this because this budget, we are in fact going to decrease our FTEs. That's a trend I'd like to see continue because I think over the past years it's gotten kind of bloated actually. And I think it is a significant number how many FTEs countywide are vacant and why we keep them on the rolls. If the reason you keep them on the rolls is because we never want to exceed that and we will only use those vacant FTEs if something comes up. But if we're gonna, throughout the year, have resolutions where we add new FTEs like we did in 2023 several times, why do we keep them on the rolls then, the vacant ones?
Yeah, I think it depends. The answer depends on which area and which types of positions you're talking about. So I think to a large degree, the positions that the county has added, whether it's in the middle of the year or during the budget over the past several years, have been the fully funded CCS and CLTS human services positions. So the vast majority of growth in the FTE in the budget have been for positions that aren't levy funded. So some people that makes a difference. I know we've had conversations before, but that's still, FTE that contributes, to growth over time. That is one sort of factor as to which positions get filled and which don't. I think here what we're seeing is, unlike the example of the more minimal example at the health department or the better example at Rockhaven, here's a recognition that we have sort of held on to positions for a variety of years. They've been vacant. We haven't been able to fill them. And I think there's recognition here that, look, we're not going to be able to fill them in the way that we've wanted to for years, and therefore let's just think differently. So I think it depends. I don't think it's a universal rule that one could apply across the organization. I think it just depends on kind of what's going on in a department at the moment and whether or not we think we might fill them going forward. In this case, we think we won't.
Follow-up question, if I may. And, I don't, it's just like but we don't require, if there's a request for a resolution for another position, we don't require them to give up an FTE somewhere then.
Correct.
And see, in my former life, that's if you did that, you had to find one that you were going to get rid of.
Yeah.
And it kind of helped keep the number from getting bloated.
Yeah, and I think, maybe we talked about this last budget. I mean, the board could set some policy around FTE management. We don't have one right now. And then you can make distinctions between levy-funded positions and grant-funded positions and reporting or different things that you might want to do. We just don't have those in place. I mean, the board has not, to this point, expressed the level of interest in just FTE management for its own sake, where we've had a policy, or a direction from the board to do that. But just like any other thing, the board could choose to do that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this FTE discussion, my concern is sandbagging. So we keep all these FTEs in the budget. We know that there's a certain percentage of these positions that are never going to get filled. You then get to the end of the year, and then the department says, well, I was understaffed throughout the entire year, so I have all this money, so I'm going to go spend it on something else because that's my money. And I'd much rather see that money return to the taxpayer as opposed to just keep these bloated numbers in here. And then at the end of the year, they decide, well, I didn't spend it on labor, so I should be entitled to spend it on something else. I mean, that practice has got to stop. Thanks.
Well, I would just say that, let's not imply that it's happening. The county does have a policy about end-of-the-year approvals of expenditures so that we're monitoring that to make sure that departments just don't go on spending sprees at the end of the year for that very reason. And so, I think the examples that you've seen, if I could give an example, you heard in the presentation on Thursday that one of the reasons at the end of fiscal 22, we were able to return funding to the general fund, that $5 million that ends up resulting, kind of the source of the general fund, unassigned general fund balance applications that I'm recommending in this budget. One of them was that we had these vacancies in human services that were unfilled. And the fact that that is one of the major reasons that funding is going back to the general fund means that it was not spent, by the department. It actually was just unspent, and it went to the general fund, and now it's being used to, in part, buy down the debt service levy for another year. So that is an example of one of the ways in which we that leads us to recognize maybe that these positions aren't going to be filled.
I don't want to point any fingers, but yeah, it's happening. Example is furniture, for instance. I'm not going to get into the details, but it does happen.
I'm not saying, of course it happens, right? And I'm not saying that it never happens at all. I'm just trying to make it clear to those watching that the departments just don't get to go do that on their own and go on a spending spree. And that, for example, if there are, historically, the way, going back to time when I was assistant to the county administrator, what we might do during the budget process is somebody would ask for something, can I have some new furniture in 2024? And setting aside the specifics of whether or not you think that furniture is necessary or not, then some of the discussion would be, well, gosh, 2024 is going to be a tough budget year. Do you have any money left in 23 that we can spend that furniture? If they really need the furniture, then if it's spent in 23 or 24, it becomes immaterial. So that's a different question about whether it's really necessary or not. But those kinds of things often do end up coming even up to my level, which to some of you will seem like I shouldn't be involved in that level of minutiae discussion about, spending of transfers between accounts or whatever, but that does happen. So again, I just don't want to leave the wrong impression with everybody.
Others? Oh, Supervisor Zajac.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Josh, if I can just make sure I have it completely understood. Just because we have listed FTE, you're aware of vacancies and consistency over the previous years, and I understand they're still sitting there, but we can't simply cut FTEs and then the budget would be reduced by that dollar amount because it's somewhat already accounted for case by case in all these different departments, right?
Yeah, that's right. I think that you've probably heard me talk about vacancy factors before, and so even when we have vacant FTE, we look at the multi-year trends of, okay, in Department X or in position type Y, how many of those positions over the last several years, on average, during the course of the year have been vacant, and then we will budget for an incremental reduction in the personnel lines, assuming that there've always been X percent of that position vacant over the course of the year, just on the basic trend of people leave and get a new job and starting. And so, right, it isn't always true that when we delete a position, there's a full savings from that position.
Others? Josh, please go ahead.
So we'll move on to behavioral health. So behavioral health is the Comprehensive Community Services, or CCS program, our crisis, connections, and outpatient and prevention programs, and then our community support program. So CCS, like CLTS, is a largely state and federally funded program. We expect to get $10.7 million, which is $1.1 million more in 2024 for this. So again, just as a reminder, these costs just continue to go up. There's also a new program that the department is attempting to participate in called Community Recovery Services, which would increase revenue. We're budgeting another $200,000 in revenue. This is a sort of a pilot effort here. This is a significant, requires significant administrative oversight from financial staff, and so we're trying it out in 2024 to see if this will end up resulting in a significant net increase in revenue for us. Overall, talk about out-of-home placements again. Out-of-home placements for adults are budgeted decrease by $346,000 to $5 million in 2024. Levy overall is going to decrease by over $800,000 to $3.3 million. So again, a pretty significant impact on our budget. And you can see there's various categories of where those placements are, and as well as the chart that you saw on Thursday as well. Also some personnel changes here. We had many .4 positions, used to be called psychiatric technicians, and now they're being called human services paraprofessionals under the new wage grid. So essentially what's going on here is that we're making several adjustments to kind of eliminate some of those .4 positions that are really hard to fill and create some .8 positions which are easier to fill and don't require as much overtime then to fill in the gaps when staff can't be there. So you can see there's some deletions of some of those paraprofessional positions and the creation of .8 positions, which is ultimately an increase of about $15,000, but a better roster for services for the department. Also deleting a nurse position, which is currently vacant, which the department has determined that we can operate without. And then this is the first time I'll mention the transition of staff between the Human Services and the Sheriff's Office. We have reentry staff who were equally funded by both departments over the last several years, and in 2024, we're going to make a transition where those are going to be fully employed directly by the Sheriff's Office because they work out of the jail. Now that the program has matured, it just makes sense to have the Sheriff's Office oversee those positions. So a reduction in costs and FTE here, increase in the Sheriff's Office, but no change in overall cost to the county for that. I'll pause there for questions on behavioral health related.
Supervisor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Josh, can you expand a little bit on what the Community Recovery Services Program is? I don't think I've ever, well, it's a pilot, so obviously I've never heard of it.
Yeah, new for us. I mean, others are doing this. It's one of those, and Kate and Sarah are here. They can certainly come talk about it in more detail if you like. But the way to think about it in my mind is that think of a bureaucratic federal program that wants to provide more money, but wants a lot of accountability, and therefore there's a lot of paperwork. And so when you think about these are clients that might be in a CBRF or an adult family home, for example, and there's just a lot of paperwork involved. And so we're starting with some agencies that are used to doing this program, and they're going to start doing it for our clients, and kind of testing out whether that's going to work or not. So not unlike CCS, which has a significant level of paperwork as well, but we've kind of figured that one out, looking for ways to increase revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Others? Seeing none, Josh, please go ahead.
So next is economic support. Overall, you can see the top line, the revenue is about $4.1 million in revenue and economic support. It's always just important to remind that we have our own economic support program, and then we have what we serve as the lead for the Southern Consortium, where we pass through about $4.2 million to 6 other counties, and so we're sort of the fiduciary for those. Those just pass through our budget. So overall, we expect an increase in expenditures for economic support. I mentioned before the caseload, and you can see the caseload chart there, and I mentioned that on Thursday as well. So again, the biggest issue about economic support is what are the needs of our clients and services, and you can see that they're still continuing, at least in the middle of 23, to go up in a variety of areas. No personnel changes there, so I will pause for questions.
Questions? Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at this chart on page 33 with these blue bars. And from 2012 to 2019, it looks pretty stable. And then all of a sudden in 2020, these bars start shooting right up. In fact, the last bar, it says 2023 year-to-date June, and the bar that's just to the left of that for 2022, is that, are we comparing a half year to a full year? Is that what
No,
we're looking
that
at?
would be like an average. So it's just the average through the middle of the year as compared to the average for the whole prior year. So it's not like a half year to a full year in that way.
So the 2023 bar is equivalent and adjusted to the 22, assuming for the full year.
Correct.
But regardless, it's going up pretty quick. How would we, as a county board, interpret that? What is an unduplicated economic support caseload? What does that mean?
So the various economic support programs, you think of Badger Care, for example, or the Food Share Program, or the Child Care Support Program, that are all, those, we don't make the rules for those. We don't provide the funding for those directly. We administer the programs on behalf of the state. But when you think about the different categories of economic support programs, which those are the biggest three, you can imagine that there might be a client who would receive more than one, right? So you would only count them once in the unduplicated count. So you don't just add all the MA recipients to the food share recipients and so forth. It's unduplicated just means that you only count them once amongst all the economic support programs that we provide.
So would it be accurate to interpret this as the population is struggling economically right now, and, it was about stable from 2012 to 2019, but since then, it's getting worse and worse and worse, and potentially, we need to think about that in terms of like a 10% tax increase right now?
I think the other way to think about it is that, and this is something we talked about in the 23 budget, is that particularly with the trend that you note beginning in 2020 and further up, is that those are COVID years, the beginning of the COVID years, and that there were federal policies in place that did not allow a reassessment of somebody's eligibility under the prior rules, right? Because the federal government didn't want to kick anybody off during COVID. And so if you've heard the term unwinding that we've talked about before, part of what is going on right now is the unwinding, and that at some point, and again, our human services staff could answer this better than I can, but at some point, we will see a reduction there, not so much based on need, but that people are just being removed from the rolls because the rules have changed again, and that we're reassessing eligibility. So the other way to think about it, certainly, need could be increasing, but it's artificial a little bit right now, is because we haven't fully completed the cycle of reassessing eligibility based on the COVID rules.
How do we determine whether it's just a regulatory rules issue that's pushing the numbers up versus it's a needs issue?
Yeah, it's hard for us to do that right now until the entire unwinding process is done. I mean, we have no objective way of answering that question until our staff go through the unwinding process and reevaluate eligibility.
Has that process already started? Are we seeing the numbers come down now towards the end of this year?
I do not have any updated numbers since the middle of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
Next is the Aging and Disability Resource Center, which includes both Adult Protective Services and the Aging Unit, again, the former Council on Aging functions. So you can see here about $2.1 million in state and federal aid, which is an increase over the prior year for the ADRC. We have our family care payment, which is over $2 million to the state. Adult Protective Services referrals are becoming more complex, and overall we're wanting to shift a few resources here, and so you can see that costs for APS are going up by about $800,000 or to $800,000, an increase of about $125,000. Several comments here about the specialized transit program. Overall, there's 2 new minibuses that are in the budget. One is fully funded by the county. One is 80% funded by the state. So overall, recommending $178,000 in sales tax to pay for the portions of both of those minibuses. And then significantly, because it's been an issue that the board has been interested in before, is the congregate and home delivered meal programs. So this is another area where the county got significant ARPA dollars over the past several years to help fund this, and to the point where no tax levy had been needed in 2023. ARPA money is going away, so the cost of administering these programs to the county will go up. Fortunately, we have some fund balance remaining for these that we would use in 2024 to keep the tax levy devoted to these programs down. As you can see, the costs are going up. Revenues down, costs are up largely across the meal programs. And so that's an issue that will continue to be something that we'll have to monitor and deal with in future budget years. So overall, that's the highlights of the ADRC and related services section, if there's any questions.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
And then finally, administrative services, not much to say here. It's just a separate section. Administrative services costs are largely allocated among the departments. There are some personnel changes here that are housed in administrative services. A couple things that don't show up in your roster at the front, but that I've noted here, just because of the another example of requests that didn't win in the appeals process that aren't being recommended. There is one that I am recommending, and again, like land conservation, this is not in response to an unsuccessful appeal. Rather, this is something that makes sense for the department to do to help improve its revenue collections and oversight of the $7 million in behavioral health. So I am recommending a reclassification of an accountant position to an accounting supervisor position with an increased cost of $11,000. So overall, you can just see here in the summary the various different divisions, if you will, and what their costs are. Overall in human services, it's an $86.5 million operation, tax levy of 23.7, which is over a $500,000 decrease based on the reductions that we noted in the conversation. Any remaining questions about human services?
Seeing none, Josh, go ahead, please.
Next is the library tab, which is now the Prairie Lakes Library System. So again, as a reminder, library board is what's called a limited levy, so though it's not under the county's tax levy limits, and only levied on property in towns in the village of Footville that don't have their own municipal libraries. So there's a couple different ways the county provides funding here. It's basically paying municipal libraries for the cost of rural residents to use those libraries, and then paying libraries in other counties for the rural residents of Rock County who use those libraries. So overall, there's an increase of about $81,000 that the county has to pay. It is also worth noting that there are really two funding formulas for the libraries. Where there's the county established funding formula from many years ago, and then there's a state established funding formula. The county funding formula results in a payment which is $211,000 higher than the state formula, which is the $1.387 million that we see for that portion of the library budget. So overall, the tax levy is $1.487 million, which is a $76,000 increase, or 5.4%. Those are costs over which, setting aside the county's decision about that funding formula, we automatically pay to the libraries for the services they provide. Questions?
Supervisor Zorl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got some libraries here in Rock County that are still waiting for their bug tussle broadband to offset their cost, and I heard that that project got $2 million yanked from it. So what's the update on that, and where do we see the remainder of this spending to get that done in this budget? You know, what department is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's an example. The broadband project is something that doesn't really live in a department, so to speak. So I guess I can address it here as good as anywhere. Yeah, currently that what I'm hoping to have back to you soon is the agreement that the board approved for the ARPA funds for bug tussle soon, hopefully. But you know, I think there is a long path forward of that getting done. You know, likely over the next 3 years of ARPA funding through the end of '26 to get those projects done. I don't have an update on where those are. I think that the board does get emailed to it some updates from Bug Tussle occasionally itself about the progress of the Rock County projects, and that's probably the best place to go right now for the status.
But there's a $2 million gap versus what we approved for that project. Do they have an insurance? I mean, it was their fault, so is it going to go against their insurance, or how's that gap going to get filled? And if that doesn't happen, are we going to just cancel the project, and is that ARPA money going back, or what's really the plan?
So what Supervisor Zorl is referring to, as the Broadband Committee well knows, is that there was a grant that we anticipated being part of the funding stack from the Public Service Commission that is not coming through now for the projects here in the county. And so, that's as much as I think we know at this point. As far as, there is no current plan to come up with another $2 million at the moment to fill that. And so we're waiting, continue to have those conversations with Bug Tussle about what that might look like. We've had some preliminary conversations, but the Broadband Committee would probably be the place to go to answer that question. They probably know more than I do about the current plans for that.
Have we asked if they have errors and omissions insurance yet?
That they do not have insurance that would pay for that.
Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Peer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say, when I was at the state convention, I met a young man, his name was Scott Felt. He used to be a supervisor here in Rock County. And he now works for Bug Tussle, and he told me he'd be contacting you, so look out, Josh.
I will look forward to Scott's
I
comment.
understand after he left here, he was also a county administrator in one of the more northern counties.
Kewanee. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Others? Seeing none. Josh, go ahead, please.
Planning and Development Committee tab will deal with real property first. So real property is really both the Real Property Department Operations and Land Records Program. Land Records is funded by a portion of the funding that's in the Register of Deeds office. So that accumulates funds from year to year, and we do use those funds to offset operations in a variety of parts of the budget. $150,000 from that fund balance in 2024. That fund balance will still have, we expect about over $548,000-ish in it at the end of 2023. And then the budget document here just talks about the various things for which that is used for. Of most note is that scheduling an aerial flyover of the county in 2024 as well. Overall, Land Records has no tax levy. Tax levy for real property is just over $200,000, which is 38,000 or 23.2% increase over the prior year. Questions about real property or land records?
Seeing none. Go ahead, Josh, please.
Planning and development budget is next. I would say if there's ever a budget that you would call a cost continue, it's this one. It's really just a cost to continue budget. There's hardly anything even remarkable to talk about. Not that there aren't great things going on in the planning department, but Andrew and the team are doing a good job of being fiscally responsible as much as they can down there. So again, largely personnel related cost increases in this budget. Overall, the levy for planning is $688,471, which is a 5.8% increase based on some of the things that the minor things I've noted there. The one thing I do want to note, which was down here in the summary, is just about the housing program fund balances. This is an area that the board and the committee and the department have struggled to find ways to expend these funds productively. And so you can see that the fund balance here is projected at the end of the year to be $1.5 million. We expect next year that to go down to $1.2 million based on the variety of new programs that are being expended here with these funds. And there's federal rules that govern all this, but this is where I just wanted to note that a couple of the collaborative things that are being done with our housing program funds here include those projects in the city of Edgerton that I mentioned earlier, as well as working with both Janesville and Beloit on rehab projects and tax delinquent properties. So there's good collaboration going on in here with housing and increasing amount of it. And so just wanted to highlight that those good things going on in the planning department. Any questions?
Seeing none. Josh, please go ahead.
Public Safety and Justice Committee is next. And we'll start with the Sheriff's Office. So we break the Sheriff's Office down mostly into two different sections, law enforcement services and the correctional facility. So we'll start with law enforcement. So revenue overall, just noting the sales tax, there's $834,000 of sales tax in the law enforcement services side of the budget. for things include patrol vehicles, which is the largest amount of that. And then you can see a variety of other things that I'm recommending we use sales tax for. That's pretty consistent with how we've used sales tax in the sheriff's budget in prior years for a variety of capital type expenditures that you see listed here. Overall, on the LES side, revenue is going down by about $20,000 compared to the prior year. Expenditures, there's a little more information about the squads. I would just note here that we still see supply chain issues, and of note is that we still haven't received all of the units for 2022 yet. So these are real issues that we're facing, and that makes decisions, influences the decisions the sheriff and his team make about what they purchase as squads going forward. Other expenditures, other costs, vehicle repair and maintenance is going up quite a bit, just as we continue to maintain an older fleet. You can see several other things here, increase in costs for security supplies due to things like body armor replacement. We have to make guesstimates about gas and other fuel from year to year, and so we expect that's going to actually go down compared to the 23 budget a little bit. Training budget is up. As we have new staff we have to train. Likewise, staff education is up as more staff are enrolling and taking advantage of that provision of the contract that allows them to do that. No personnel changes in the LES side. On the correctional side, there's several fees here as well, and they're listed in the budget. Electronic monitoring is going down. The folks that are on electronic monitoring are just struggling to have the resources to pay that. It's still a benefit to the county to have those folks out versus sitting in a jail, and so that's just a trend that we've seen over several years, is that the fees go down for electronic monitoring, but it's still worthwhile to do. Overall, we have several different fees that the sheriff gets reimbursed for if the sheriff's office houses in the jail different categories of inmates, for example, from the state or from felony holds or so forth. The only one that's increasing this year is the what we call the Board of Prisoners Municipal, almost a $200,000 increase to offset some of the losses and decreases in the other areas, and that's just for housing inmates from Dane County. So when I referenced during the presentation on Thursday sort of the ups and downs we started the year with, sort of the jail and worried about correctional officers, at least things now are sufficiently stable where we're able to get some revenue from actually caring for some residents from Dane County. So overall revenue in the correctional services account is down by $167,000 from the prior year. Expenditures, you can see we do have some equipment that are funded in the jail side. Some is funded by levy. There's some small amounts for sales tax for body camera related equipment. Here as well, I referenced the change that I referenced in human services as well about transitioning the staff, the due reentry, to being sheriff's office staff entirely. Some of the big expenditures at the sheriff's office are really around healthcare. So inmate healthcare is a big expense. We are budgeted to spend $1.2 million for inmate healthcare next year, which is just under a $50,000 increase. Also of significant cost is the meals that we provide through Aramark, $573,000 for that, which is almost a 20% increase, largely due to higher meal prices. Drug court overall, the drug court is funded through the sheriff's office, through the TAD grant, and then the rest of the funds are in there. That's a $469,000 program, which is the same as the prior year. Includes $158,000 in tax levy. The rest of that is grant funded. I've already mentioned the personnel. So overall, we talk about tax levy for law enforcement services. There's almost $13.5 million in tax levy, which is a $256,000 increase. When you adjust for the transfer of emergency management, and this is Supervisor Zorro's question earlier, that increases the 256 to 514. So it basically doubles if you think about it that way, it doubles the increase if you kind of back off the cost it would be for emergency management. And then correctional side of the house, $14.1 million in levy, which is an $858,000 increase over the prior year. So overall tax levy for the sheriff's office, $27.5 million, $1.1 million, or 4.2% increase. There's a lot more going on in the sheriff's office than that. That's the really high level summary. And the sheriff and his staff are here if you have any questions that I'm sure they could answer better than I could.
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which positions of these are vacant right now?
I can't answer that. I don't know if the sheriff has in his back of his head how many positions are vacant at the sheriff's office right now, but otherwise we can follow up with you. So 11 correctional officers and 2 deputies is the answer. And a background investigator.
Thank you.
Supervisor Cullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the sheriff's department come in under budget 21, 22, and what do you anticipate in 23? Thank you.
So for those watching at home, and I'm sure there's lots of them left at this point, but the sheriff's answer is within budget 21, 20, 22, and anticipates that in 23.
Others? Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just had a question about an earlier expenditure for Health Net and how it relates to the other health services. Is that in terms of the jail strictly dental?
Yeah, I mean, the Advanced Correctional Health, is contracted to provide health care, but dental is the one thing that, we need additional support for.
Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any potential savings here by using, consolidating the food operations between Rock Haven and the sheriff's office, considering they both got to eat and they're both in the same area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, we did talk with the ad hoc committee about the possibility of contracting out food service at Rock Haven, because there's a cost dynamic there, but the ad hoc committee, was not interested at this time about pursuing any of that. But I mean, it is a legitimate discussion to have about how you want to provide services at your facilities. There are nursing facilities that do contract out, and there are others that have it in-house. So it's a discussion that could be had.
Supervisor Davis?
Question about the aging GPS clocks. How many clocks are there? And how many locations are there?
Supervisor Davis, I think you're on 911. I think you may be jumping ahead a little bit on the clocks.
Sorry.
Others? Seeing none, Josh, please go ahead.
Next is the court system. So we typically think about courts as circuit court, mediation and family court services, and the clerk of court. And so those are sort of consolidated here, but also separate. And so you can see revenue is listed in each of those. Revenue in the circuit court's anticipated to increase, and you can see the reasons there, including increased charges to child support. We like it when everybody charges child support because they get 2/3 reimbursed by the federal government. You can see that filing fees for mediation as well as clerk of court revenue is also up, again, for child support reason and as some investment interest as well. So revenue increase in the court system overall. There's a variety of fairly minor changes in expenditures in all 3 of those areas. The one thing I did want to note under personnel is there was a request from the courts to reallocate 6 judicial assistants. This would be an example of regardless of its merits, it was something that did not succeed on appeals through the wage grid. And so for consistency throughout the budget, I'm not recommending that we approve those reallocations of the judicial assistants. Overtime is gone down from 23 to 24 as workload kind of has stabilized a little bit more for the judicial assistants and court attendants, as well as in the clerk's office. So overall levy for circuit court, about 1.2627 million. That's a decrease of almost 33,000 for mediation. $150,000, that's almost a $10,000 increase. And for the clerk of circuit court, $1.7 million levy, which is a $155,000 increase. So collectively for the courts, $3.1 million, increase of $133,000. Questions?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. last year we saw a massive increase in postage costs. How's the postage going this year, and how are we going to budget for it next year?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't remember what's happening with postage in the budget for the courts, and so I'd have to look and see where that looks like it is for '24.
And overtime it's what, going down 68%?
Correct.
Which positions are vacant of the 56.4?
I do. There's one. Looks like Judge McCrory is saying one.
There's one in the circuit court and 2 deputy clerks and 1 administrative assistant.
So one in the circuit courts, and then 2 deputies and administrative assistant in the clerk of court's office.
Thank you.
Others? Seeing none, please go ahead, Josh.
Now I'll move on to 911. So the main things to note here, some of the capital projects that are funded with sales tax, fairly, I would say, unexciting changes, just things that we need to do. VPN phones, and it explains here kind of what that is at the backup site. UPS replacements, control stations, and then the radio GPS clocks that Supervisor Davis referred to before. So the answer to that question is 9 different locations where you have those GPS clocks that are important to sync time in the operation. One change that is sort of personnel related is related to some project positions that were funded in 2023 as we think about creative ways to fill our shifts. We have some stability among those positions, but our county rules require that project positions, as I mentioned earlier, under 911, or under IT, are time limited. We feel like retaining the staff who can fill in these positions is hugely important to us. So we're transitioning to a pool staff model at 911 where these staff can be available to fill shifts, continue to be available to fill shifts going forward, which helps with reducing overtime for our staff and burnout. So it's an important change that we want to make out there. Training is going up pretty significantly, almost doubling to $26,000. We've had some catch up on some training requirements out there, and as we get some new staff, as we have success in getting new staff, they need training as well, and so we're budgeting more money for that. Overtime, increase in the overtime budget, $67,000 increase in overtime budget, which is simply to recognize the historical trends in overtime that we've been experiencing. To kind of catch up to reality a little bit there. So overall, for 911, tax levy is $5.4 million. That's a $288,000 increase, or 5.6%. And I would just note here in the comment as well that when you include overtime, that entire increase is personnel costs. And so all of what you see there is really personnel related, even though there's some other increases in other places. Questions for 911?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which positions are currently vacant?
So that's, let's see, that's late for me. That's 5 positions overall. 3 telecommunicators, a call taker, and the training manager position are currently vacant.
Thank you.
Others? Seeing none, Josh, please go ahead.
District Attorney's Office, revenue, just to note, the most notable one here from year to year is related to the state aid we get for the Victim Witness Program. It's fluctuated, used to be that they told us they were going to give us 90-some% of that. Now it's down in the 40s, it's been there for several years. Overall, my recommendation is increasing the amount, well, decreasing, there's a decrease in the amount there. I'm recommending a little bit more than was in the request, again, being a little more optimistic. But we're still expecting that to go down $14,000 from what we budgeted in '23. Victim witness fees, we expect to go up a little bit due to some increased payment activity among offenders and a trend there. Expenditures, again, this would be an example of where there's just a variety of sort of expenditures that are not probably worth highlighting. The one thing for deferred prosecution I would note is that we do have a grant-funded position That's going to be in year 2 of 5 of the grant funding cycle. So there's an example of a 5-year grant we got for a position that when it comes due in 5 years, maybe we'll be talking about it again and whether or not that's something that continues or not. The big change, really, personnel-wise, is that the district attorney's requested to delete a .4 position that was in the deferred prosecution program, which was difficult to fill. Another trend here about our part-time positions being hard to fill. And that we would then add a .6 position. We've got currently a different .4 position in the victim witness program that really, I think the conclusion of everybody involved is that we just need more resources devoted to victim services. And so by trading in that .4, adding the .6 to the victim witness, we'll get a full-time victim witness specialist. Cost for that is $24,726, but it is recommended. Overall, for the DA's office, the tax levy is $2.2 million, $132,000 increase over the prior year. Questions?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which of these positions are vacant right now?
I do not have that information. I don't know if Jenny is still here. Jenny, do you know? So Jenny's answer, so three total positions, it sounds like, in the DA's office are currently vacant.
Thank you.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
Next up is emergency management. So again, new section here for emergency management out of the sheriff's office now. So revenue, just noting here that federal aid, we do get $88,000, which is a 50-50 match intended to fund the directors, some of the director's costs of the staff time. Excuse me, the director. State aid, we could do state aid both for hazmat and for the local emergency planning committee. And so those are other sources we get. And there is some fees that are budgeted just that are offset, sort of to offset costs if there is a hazardous materials team incident and a response. So those are the normal sources of revenue. I'm recommending we put $129,000 of sales tax in the budget for 3 things. One is as we have done for many years, an outdoor warning siren, as we continue our annual replacement cycle of some of those very old sirens. $6,500 for radio replacement, and then much like the $50,000 that I recommend in the administrator's office budget, some one-time funding for what could be consulting. Essentially, there's a couple thoughts in my head here about why this is important to do in emergency management. Number one, as we have the transition to a separate department and we have a new director starting, this is a time where we may not want to wait a whole year to be able to be flexible into doing some things that we maybe didn't plan on, right? Because it just is a new way of doing it. So some of these funds are here in case there are some additional support needs that we identify we have during the year. Another example of how these could be used is that we've been trying to contemplate now unsuccessfully doing some planning for disaster planning and developing sort of disaster response and training policies and procedures in our county facilities that would be specific to our facilities. We have a good plan here in the courthouse because we have the courts and the judges are here and the sheriff's office provides that service. But we've been trying to figure out how to kind of have that else in the other buildings as well. And so having some consulting funds maybe to bring in for that would be useful as well. So I'm recommending that we put some money aside for that. On the expenditure side, we're increasing a little bit just for some training expense for the new staff. Talks in here about what we spend on the hazmat grants for the Janesville Fire Department's hazmat team. Overall, recommended tax levy for emergency management is $265,780. Questions on emergency management?
Questions? Supervisor Baumkamp.
Where is his office going to be located at?
So once the new LES Sheriff's Office jail facility is built, the EOC and the emergency management offices will be in that building. And that building was constructed with the idea that that could continue to be either an internal sheriff's office position or an external position. So for example, the EOC will have a separate outside entrance, will be cordoned off from access to the sheriff's office, but will be on site there if there's additional support needed. So sort of the best of both worlds, I think, having, just not being out there on their own if they do need support, but, being able to be separate and independent from the sheriff's office.
Supervisor Zorro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the deputy director position currently open right now?
It is not. The plan is that once Kevin starts, that he would take the lead in developing position description, refining the position description for what we've planned, and that ultimately that hire will be his decision. And so we're not going to start recruiting for that position until we get the director on board.
So is there somebody in the position or is it vacant?
It's vacant.
And what is the impact to taxpayers of this change for 24 budget versus 23? Is it a 265,780 increase?
No, that's the total levy for emergency management. The increase would be the difference between what was in the sheriff's budget in 23 and what is in the separate department in 24. And I'm not sure if I have that easily accessible, but let me see if I can find that. We have to do some math here real quick.
So the total 23 budget was 257,660. So it's about an 8,000. Yeah, about an $8,000 increase over 2023.
Thank you.
So the answer is about an $8,000 increase.
Others? Josh, please go ahead.
Medical examiner's department is next. So the several changes here relate to the increase in the medical examiner fees. There's state law that limits the medical examiner fees only to the increase in the consumer price index, which is currently at 6.45%. So I am recommending the cremation fee be increased from $260 to $276 to account for that allowance. So overall, the cremation fees will increase, the revenue will increase by $97,000, which is both based on that increase and trends when we anticipate more cremations in 2024. Expenditures, the biggest expenditure is the contract with the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. We have a 5-year IGA with Dane County. We're in our third year, going into our third year next year. So the total budget is $386,000 in 2024. That's about a $22,000 increase. As I think PS&J members know, part of the challenge is hiring forensic pathologists, and so you may remember that over the past year we've increased in the mid-year our support for the ME's office to help pay for the cost of forensic pathology services. And you can see here some of the details as well about how those costs are broken down. Overall, the levy for the ME's office is $815,000, which is actually a decrease of about $43,000 or 5% from the prior year due to the revenue increases that are being recommended.
Comments, questions? Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any vacancy in this department right now?
I don't know, Christina, can you answer that? One full-time investigator is currently vacant. And then, of course, the other response is filled in by pool medical legal investigator staff. And so we have a fluctuating sort of number of pool staff that we rely on, but from our full-time staff, currently one.
Supervisor Peer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, it's been a number of years now since we converted from coroner system to the medical examiner. And I always kind of wondered if eventually we would go back and take a look at that and see if the medical examiner system really is working better, or was it personality or things that happened? There's a lot of stuff that made headlines, of course, way back when, but do you really feel this is working out well?
I do. I feel like that, I would not recommend going back to an elected coroner position. I think that, the general feedback that I get overall since the transition is that We have a much more professionalized function right now, access to expertise that we wouldn't otherwise have access to. And, we certainly contract with Dane County for autopsies in the past, but this really makes, those experts our staff here as well. And so I feel like it's been a significant benefit to the county.
Supervisor Baumkamp?
What is the total amount we pay Dane County then? Is that just those numbers added up? Is that what that is, or?
Yeah, the numbers I mentioned, the 386, 172 is the contracted amount.
Okay.
There are other services that we might pay for them, for example, to them. For example, if there's a mass casualty event, for example, that's not in the contract, or there's other services that exceed, contracted amounts, we might settle up differently, but generally that's the amount.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
Child support services is next. As I mentioned earlier, we really like child support services because they get 2/3 of most of their expenditures reimbursed by the federal government. Overall, that piece of their revenue pie is about $1.5 million, about a 1% increase over '23. They also get state revenue for meeting performance measures. They're budgeted at just under $1.9 million, which is a $395,000 increase. In 2024, the state did put more money into the budget for child support through those performance measures, so we expect more money there. We're also budgeting, for the first time in '23, we budgeted our indirect costs here. In this budget, $386,000 in indirect costs. Indirect costs are things like finance time or my time or any other time, facilities time, right, that is dedicated to supporting the office that we can claim that increase our revenue. As I had mentioned in the other departments, the flip side is here for the contracted services. So child support ends up reimbursing the courts, the clerk of courts, corporation counsel, the sheriff's office for things they provide, services they provide to the department. Travel and training line is up due to increased professional development that I'm recommending. So overall, in the summary, as a result of recognizing the indirect costs in this budget, the recommended budget contains about $137,000 more in revenue than expenditures, which, like other departments, offsets other parts of the county operation. And there was no levy budgeted in '23, so just that's the change in the levy situation in child support services. Any questions?
Questions? Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Which positions are vacant right now?
Melissa says there are 2 clerical positions vacant.
And what is the reason that we have double the amount of caseworkers versus other counties our size?
I do not know the answer to that question, and I'm not sure that we're equipped right now to answer that. We can certainly follow up.
Thank you.
If there's a source of data you have on that you want to pass along that we can investigate, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Others? Please go ahead, Josh.
So the last section in public safety is for evidence-based decision-making. This has been in here for several years. Just to highlight that we do have a grant that we get for one position for pretrial services. We also, I referenced a grant-funded position in the district attorney's office that we have through the TAD program, which is, as I mentioned, is in the second year of a 5-year grant. We are also allocating some of those opioid funds that I mentioned here for the assessments of justice-involved individuals to help determine their treatment needs. So that is funded directly in here with an allocation from that opioid account. Overall, the tax levy is increasing from $481,000 to $529,000. And most of that is really for $73,000 to make sure that we have enough resources for electronic monitoring so that the judges can, for pretrial individuals, they can order electronic monitoring if they think it's appropriate. So that's really the purpose for the increase, to get that average up to 50 a day. Currently, I think we have enough budgeted for 14 a day, and the judges have been working hard to stay within budget, but they feel like they could use some more resources for that, so that is recommended. And then that is the increase really in the budget for that purpose. Any questions on E EBDM?
Questions? Seeing none, please go ahead, Josh.
Public Works tab is next, so we'll start with the parks. I can get there. Right, so as you note here, several user fees. We get $75,000 from these fees, boat landing fees, park use fees. This is where we get the rent for the house in Gibbs Lake Park that was referenced earlier. And we get some money from Walworth County for maintaining a trail. And there's various grants throughout the years that we get because of their things like invasive species control and snowmobile trails. So the department had requested $608,000 in capital projects, both related to shelters, $650,000 for construction at Sportsman's Park, $30,000 for design at Sweet Allen. You may remember that in this year's budget, we budgeted for the design of the new shelter at Sportsman's. But I'm not recommending either of those as I referenced in the facilities budget. I'm recommending the $850,000 in sales tax be used for the purchase of the adjacent property with the building on Newville Road. So in addition to just creating some shop space, equipment storage, and office space for park staff, it would free up some space for highway shop operations and equipment storage, which will buy us a little bit of breathing room for that side. But it just is, again, I use the term opportunity, less costly than building new space. And, so right adjacent there would be just an opportunity to take advantage of. This is another example under personnel where the board approved using one-time funds in 2023 for the 1 FTE parks assistant. And that full cost, that $78,000 cost, be funded entirely by the levy in 2024. So overall, personnel increased about $85,000 in the parks budget. I guess I'll pause there before I get into highway. Is there any questions about the parks?
Supervisor Zorro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any vacant positions right now in parks?
No, the answer is no. No vacant positions right now.
And then there's no federal money this time again, right, on this? That was one-time money?
Correct.
And it could have been recurring funding if we got rid of that equity manager position, but we didn't, so now we're increasing taxes, right?
As I said the last time you asked that question, it is to be funded with levy.
Yeah, levy's bad. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Towns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understand that the Parks Division actually requested $680 to do a shelter at Sportsman Park and at Sweet Allen. But that was denied, and you're proposing $850 to build a new building out there?
So it's not building a new building, it's purchasing property as a building on it. And I think that may come across that way, which until you say it now, I didn't realize that. That what actually happened was the request was in the budget for the $680. During the budget process, this other opportunity arose. And in asking the parks staff about what, if we had to choose between those two options, which would we prefer? And they preferred prioritizing, taking advantage of the opportunity to purchase the adjacent property. So the initial $850,000 wasn't included in their request, which is probably why it's kind of written that way. But that is the preference of the parks leadership, is to prioritize this purchase of this property adjacent versus the building of the shelter.
Okay, so what happens with the two, that no shelters, these shelters won't be redone then?
So what would happen is that we have the design for the Sportsman's Park shelter, but there's just no funding included to actually build it in 2024. So we'd anticipate that that'd be a 2025 project to build that shelter, sort of just putting that off to take advantage of this opportunity. And then likewise, the $30,000 to design the Sweet Allen shelter, we would probably anticipate doing that in 2025 and then building that in 26, just kind of pushing out those for another year.
And do you anticipate there'll be additional expenses to this $850,000 to get the building to what they want it to be, or fix it up? And so it's probably going to be more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, although, it's a pretty basic, building that is, suited to the purpose right now. And so, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of, it's got office space in it that is suitable. So unlike some other places, I don't really see significant need for renovation of that property.
Thanks.
Supervisor Baumkamp?
To go along with that, the shelter, we have money put away for ARPA, but it might not get spent. Knowing that we have plans for this building, because wasn't Parks part of ARPA for tourism? Is that available money or not?
Yeah, I mean, I would say no. I think, like we did use, if we had the money that was the what we call the lost revenue sources, the lost revenue bucket, that could be used for anything. And that's what we used, for example, for purchasing what is now Rock River Heritage Park. And there's a tourism component, but, I think our analysis would be that building the park shelter wouldn't necessarily qualify under the tourism provisions of ARPA.
Others? Josh, go ahead, please.
So moving to highway. So some significant revenue sources in highway are funding from the state to take care of state highways is over $3.2 million in '24, which is the same as '23. General transportation aids, which is a flexible source for us, is almost $3 million in '24, which is a 4.7% increase. We have contracts with 14 of the 20 towns to provide winter and routine maintenance of town roads. The amount that we anticipate receiving from the towns for winter maintenance is unchanged from '23, totaling $678,000. The charge for routine maintenance, the charge is also unchanged. We budget $2.5 million in 2024. That's really an estimate in a way sometimes, and not infrequently, the towns end up wanting us to do more work for them. But that ends up being sort of cost neutral because they pay us for what Dewey and the team can actually fit into their work schedules. On the expenditure side, county maintenance and construction account, this is where we fund county highway projects out of. And you can see the breakdown here that we typically have of the different categories of cost. And my recommendation here is that seal coating, shouldering, bridge maintenance, crack sealing, and greater patching be funded with $996,000 in sales tax. Pretty consistent with how we've done things in prior years off and on. There's also another $16,000 remaining in the county maintenance and construction account that I'm recommending we fund with sales tax, so that with other sources that are in here, other revenue sources, there would be no levy for county maintenance and construction in 2024. Below is this list of seal coat projects. There is one adjustment to make here. So when the budget started, we had County F included. That was next up on our list of seal coat projects. However, due to some savings in the budget that Dewey can certainly explain better than I can, that occurred in 2023, we went ahead and completed County F just recently. And so therefore, it's not anything we need to do in '24. So what we're proposing is that instead of County F, the next one up is County KK. So that's in Lima, essentially between County N and 59. And so what we would propose doing is leaving that $127,776 that's sales tax funded to be used for crack sealing and seal coating on County KK instead of County F next year, just to keep going forward with maintaining the highways. So here's some things that will sound familiar because I mentioned on Thursday. So our blacktopping projects, there's $2.5 million cost for those two projects. The first one is County X. That's going to be funded in the recommended budget with $1.7 million from the unassigned general fund balance and $315,000 in state aid. As I mentioned before, we'll also be carrying over the other leg of County X that we did not get completed in 2023. And if you remember the chart that I showed you in the budget that talked about highway projects, it looked like the 2024 bar was about half the size of the 23 bar, and that doesn't mean we're doing less projects. It just means that portion of X we didn't get done this year rolls over, and so overall we're maintaining the amount of miles that we need to maintain every year. The County B project will be funded with another $811,000 from the unassigned general fund balance, so that's the $2.515 million in unassigned general fund balance for highway projects due to county trunk highway programs in the highway construction and maintenance account. As I mentioned before, no sales tax or borrowing for those projects in '24. The other funded project with unassigned general fund balance is the County Q project. That's another $406,000 from that unassigned general fund balance. This is a federal aid project, so it's just in a different account. We're going to get $700,000 of federal aid for this project overall. And then Bridge Aid, Town Bridge Aid, also just mentioned here, that's another one of the limited levies, doesn't count against our levy limit, but we're just putting aside another $50,000 here, as we do in many years, just for anticipated town bridge projects as arise. Oftentimes, we don't know yet what's going to happen, but we need some funding during the year to do it. Capital equipment purchases, you can see the list here, and I talk about depreciation as I do every year, and there's a chart that we started including last year on the total amount of depreciation that's included in here and how that affects the levy. So overall, for Public Works in the Parks Division, expenditures are $1.2 million with a levy of $1.04 million, which is about $100,000 higher than the prior year. Expenditures in the Highway, $17.2 million with a $1.16 million levy, which is an $878,000 increase from the prior year based on the way that we used sales tax in the budget last year. So overall, in Public Works, it's $18.5 million operation. Recommended tax levy of $2.2 million, does not including town bridge aids or the cost of the county's motor pool, which are charged back to the various departments. Last thing I'll say about the Public Works budget is simply rail transit, which is just a separate, totally separate expenditure. We intend to expend the same $30,000 for rail transit that we have for several years now. Any questions on the highway portion of the budget?
Supervisor Towns?
Yeah, it's just kind of an observation, this green book that we got from Counties Association. It shows Rock County as being dead last in how much they spend per capita on highway repair. Should there be more to that? It appears like we don't even spend half the average in the state.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are we that?
Yeah, I don't know if Dewey has any more context for that, or if you want to follow up. I just don't, I'm not sure.
So the other thing you gotta look at, and I mentioned it at the joint finance.
Dewey, do you want to come to the podium since you have a longer explanation here? Congratulations.
I'm the first one tonight that gets to go to the front.
If you don't count Sherry.
All right, so I did allude to that at the Joint Finance Committee about where we're at per capita. But when you look at it by mileage instead of per person, we have 212 miles of county highway, and we're not at the bottom of the barrel by mileage. So we're actually sitting pretty good. We're a little low. I mean, I think Josh referenced we were the 9th largest county in the state. When you look at it in that context, we come in, I haven't done the recent numbers, but I think I mentioned like 16th on average when it comes to per mile rate. Does that help clarify?
So what we spend per mile?
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, related question on the construction. PACER ratings are mentioned on a couple of the projects, and one is a 3 and one is a 4. Do we have any 1s and 2s out there? Do we have a lot of 3s out there?
We're at 3s. We might have a 2 here or there, but I think we just took care of that this year
Okay.
with some of our work. We're really in the 3, 4, 5 range. Kind of at that joint committee meeting, I don't know if I showed it this year, but I've historically shown that chart of showing the progression. And so we're trying to catch a lot of the 5s, 4s, and 3s and get them moved back up.
Thank you.
Supervisor Davis?
Do the contractors guarantee their work on seal coating? I was curious because I remember County A few years back, we had a number of slide-offs there because of a recent seal coating problem.
Well, we had an issue with seal coating this year.
Okay.
Which was part of the reason that what Josh had alluded to with County F. So we did a sealing project on County A County A East, from Highway 14 out to the county line. We had a problem with that. We worked with the vendor, and the vendor ended up not charging us for any of that material. we paid for the labor and sand that we had to do to treat it, but they didn't charge us for any of the application of the material. Then subsequently, they reached out with an alternate material because we were unsatisfied with A. The material that we used on County F South, so down by the jail heading down south to Blackbridge. That same material we had a lot of success with. They gave us a very good rate to do that on F North from 14 to Indian Ford. So given we had the opportunity there, we were able to take advantage of that. And what that did is that allowed us to seal the 9 miles on A and the 6 miles on F for less cost than it was originally going to cost us just to do A on its own. So that's the reason we made that adjustment with F and KK.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was one of the slide-offs.
Were you? I'm sorry. What, wasn't our intention.
So I'm expecting a no vote on the DPW budget, right, this year?
Others? Supervisor Zorro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've got general fund at 2.5 million, but there's also a rollover from this year going to next year. What's the value of that rollover?
So the County X project, how much did we fund the County X project in 2023 with? That will probably take us a minute to look up. All right. Okay, so in 2023, the County X project was 1,654,500. And that was recommended to be funded with $250,000 in state grant funds and about $1.4 million in borrowing. So that was the answer for 2023.
So are we spending total of 4.15 million then? The rollover plus the general fund?
So the total general fund for projects, highway projects, 2.9, then the 1.4. I mean, you can consider it that way, I suppose. I mean, it's carryover funds, right? It is carryover funds for 2023. So you can add those on if that's the way you want to think about it.
So basically what I'm getting at is there's between $4 to $5 million here of funding in this budget for 24 proposed. That's coming from a one-time source. A few hours ago, we were talking about ARPA and those community initiatives, and I said, can we, I think it was like 60 or 70,000 of ARPA and 10,000 of tax levy, and you brought up the point, well, if you do it that way, you're going to leave a big hole in your budget. How are you going to fund it in future years? Well, that's pennies compared to this. I mean, we're talking $4 to $5 million hole. So if we were to approve the 24 budget with this one-time money, what is your plan to fill that hole for the 25 budget?
So first of all, just to be clear, I don't think I said big hole in the budget with community initiatives, which would be about $200,000 if you funded all of that with ARPA. But I will say, the difference is that the community initiatives money works like operational money, right? That funds operations in those agencies every year. These truly are one-time funds for one-time costs. Even though there are each year different highway projects from a capital kind of perspective, that is what sort of is the definition of a one-time cost. It's a capital cost. So every year there's a mix and match variety of sources we use. The borrowing I wouldn't necessarily kind of put in that category. We've had conversations about borrowing and discussions about whether we borrow or not every year. But historically, in the county budget, the one thing for which we would use unassigned general fund balance was highway projects, because it was a one-time funding source. The rating agencies would not question using sort of what was an excess of general fund balance if it got above your policy for things like, highway projects. It was one time. And it wouldn't have a structural gap or structural deficit to fill in the subsequent year, because you could choose not to maintain your highways, you could choose not to do it. Whereas if it's an operational cost, you would have to lay off somebody, for example, or cut your operational costs. So that's why we've conceived of those things being different as far as the deficit going forward.
But your guys working in that department don't see their jobs as a one-time job. I mean, you have to do this every year, because if you don't, you have nobody to drive your snow plows. So
Yeah,
this-
I'm answering the question from a sort of a, how do we approach the one-time funds? I mean, I don't mean to imply that if we don't, that we're not going to do highway projects next year. I'm just trying to make the distinction between an operational and a capital cost. I mean, of course, for every year that forever there has been a county board, we have done highway maintenance and construction, and we will continue to do that next year. So how will that be done next year? Well, at this point in time, I'm kind of interested in getting through the 2024 budget. But I mean, you know what the sources are, right? I mean, I'm not recommending that we continue to use general fund, right? The concept of using general fund for highway projects this year was twofold. One, so that we didn't have to do any borrowing. And fortunately, we had the general fund balance to do it. And number two was to try to ease us back to what will be ultimately the normal level of borrowing or debt service payments, I'm sorry, so that we try to mitigate that tax increase that eventually will have to come unless you continue to use one-time sources for it. So what does that mean? That means in 2025, if we don't have general fund balance, and we have basically two remaining sources that we can use for highway projects. One is sales tax, and the other is borrowing. And I mean, that's the same discussions that this county board has had for time immemorial. So I mean, that would be the conversation.
So if we didn't have general fund to keep spending down, and if we were not going to borrow this time next year, because who knows what interest rates are going to be at that point, you mentioned sales tax is the other option. Are you expecting a huge increase in sales tax between now and next year where we could cover that? Or would we have to cut sales tax from somewhere else to fund that? Or are you really saying you better plan on borrowing right now? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, I will say this again, as I said on Thursday. I mean, I think the board has made it pretty clear, this board has made it pretty clear that it is difficult to get 3/4 vote to borrow funds. If the board continues to take that posture, then we have to use sales tax to fund highway projects. Then that will mean there are things that are currently funded with sales, the types of things we currently fund with sales tax that we wouldn't be able to fund. We'd have to reduce them. So that is largely, I mean, think about all the sales tax things we went over today. Largely things in facilities management, types of maintenance, projects. But I mean, you can see the list, right? And that, for example, tomorrow at General Services, we'll have a list of the facilities, the funded, facilities management, sales tax, capital projects, and that would give you an example of the kinds of things. You can look in the book and see that there. But yes, right, I mean, those are the trade-offs to make.
Thank you.
Others? Supervisor Baumkamp.
The County Q project gets $700,000 federal money. Is that just some federal money we have, or did we get a grant, or what's the deal on that project?
We got the State Line Area Transportation System, which is SLATS. It's the MPO for Beloit. Got some additional revenue and asked us if we could put a project together fast enough. We were able to successfully get a grant application in for Q, and so we did get money for that, and Q was in our CIP. We just trimmed it down to get it within kind of the dollar amount that would be acceptable. So basically, it's saving us that 700-some thousand that we would otherwise have been paying for.
Okay, thank you. Nicely done.
Others? Seeing none, Josh, please proceed.
So last, but certainly not least, is the Southern Wisconsin Regional Airport. So we get operational revenue from a variety of sources, leases and renting T hangars among the most obvious. We did also get specific ARPA funds. These were not countywide ARPA funds. Airports were allocated specific ARPA funds to pay for personnel and utilities-related costs. And so we've included $48,000 in ARPA funds in the maintenance account to offset staff costs in 2024. We also had some ARPA funds for staff costs in '23, and taking a similar approach here by using a lesser amount to try to, not let the increase that we have on the staff costs go up in any one year. So kind of trying to phase that in over a couple different years as those ARPA funds go away. I've got $24,700 in sales tax in here for what we've done in prior years for a lease of a telehandler out at the airport. So overall, capital projects are $198,000, and in our three typical categories: federal aid, state aid, and fully 100% county funded projects. So as much as I like child support, I love the airport because federal aid projects get 90% federal funding and 5% state funding. So we only have to pay 5% for these projects. So a great deal. And in this case, we have this $80,000 that we're spending here on these Fed aid projects. The East Hanger Development Project is, you approved that earlier this year, if you recall, in a resolution. And that actually the local source is actually federal bipartisan infrastructure law or bill funds. So taking advantage of the opportunity there to do some development at the airport. We've got a weather station, $10,000, and then we've got to put a little bit more money towards the broom truck replacement, which has been several years in the making. And we're using fund balance that the airport has accumulated over time for some of these projects. State-funded projects are still 80% funded by the state, 20% county funding, do some crack sealing on a taxiway, as well as doing some engineering for some of the roads out there on the airport, also used by fund balance. And then we've just got some county-funded projects, replacing a painting machine and a tower beacon for a total of $50,000, also from fund balance. A variety of operating costs here. Stormwater charges, the city of Janesville charges us, fluctuate from year to year, but currently budgeted in '24 at $137,000. So that's just goes up and down depending on the year. No personnel changes, so the airport recommended levy $487,000, which is just about $80,000 increase over the prior year. That increase of almost 20% is just due to the phasing out of the ARPA money that have to fund now. We have to use levy to fund the airport staff. Any questions about the airport?
Supervisor Davis.
One of my concerns for a number of years has been airport security. I was just curious if we still have planes coming in with fissionable material on board. If we have any of that for North Star or the other facility.
Yeah, you want to come up, Greg? Supervisor Davis, thank you for asking this question so that Greg felt like his time here was worthwhile tonight.
Much appreciated.
I always ask it, so.
Right. So we have not transported any material, particularly with Shine. North Star has come in and out a few times. I don't know the exact number, not too many, but we've had no issues with their transportation.
Okay. My concern was more for security, if there's any overnight.
Sure. We've had no concerns with security measures. We've had no incidents or anything of that nature.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Others? Next item, please.
Next item is adjournment.
Motion to adjourn by Supervisor Zajac, seconded by Supervisor Baumkamp. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?